Hey Megan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think I just need to turn my volume up. Can you try one more time?
My volume was down. Can you say that again?
Okay, no, I turned mine up too. I can't hear you. I wonder if you don't have a microphone on your computer.
I might not. There's just a camera.
I wonder if, yeah, that's probably the,
But no, I've spoken to Zach and he tested up at Mount Royal once with me from the front desk. And it worked. So
I'm gonna log into the Zoom from my phone and have you talk into it. Yeah.
test, test, test.
Thank you.
Not bad, but what is it? We have staff 30, we have staff 30.
Because it's so.
You know, it's me, and it's other people from Canada. Being there and so, just to wrap it all up,
Showing the back of the screen.
we're not in compliance with company policy. Because, you know, one thing I when council us on what they feel it's legal. You know, it's up to you to say if you violate that.
Right. Yep.
And I was like, and we think it might be it's Colorado law. It's like, he's just shaking his head. It's like, so can I assume then that we're changing this policy today? Because it's an expensive change. And I couldn't believe the backlash I got from other people. I think you should maybe take a few more weeks to consider this. By the way, this has been being discussed.
That's when you, that's your next question is, so when I get personally liable, you're gonna take that.
Here's what I did. Yeah, so we 4 weeks later, I started the meeting. Saying, just so everyone knows, starting tonight, listen to me, move to this policy. So we're just a part of these departments. And, but after that first meeting, I literally got up, it's like, I wonder if that could be, because I want it to be, and a lot of things are I just didn't know this. But I blasted off the letters to my boss, just so you know this happened this morning. And this is my position. Everyone on that meeting will confirm it. I'm very vocal about it.
Yeah.
Corporations get complicated, you know?
Yes, they do.
Get complicated. Even when it's as easy as like, you know, you're not given the luxury, so this is expensive. I mean, it's
What will be even more expensive? Yeah. The result. Attorney for having
plus triple. Forms. So see, I was Vegas Creek.
Now there's a cost.
Tell you, the EC is ready to list some here. The efficiency it's there.
But a failure to be efficient is
whatever. Here we go.
Oh, why? I'm pushing. Extend the email and I said it's one of the former people like these, but I forwarded to them. But I like to do it.
We're lucky to have you because you have the bandwidth, the luxury
I show up when you want
to
to do.
do that. Yeah.
Or I show up when I say I will, and if you don't want me, I don't want you to tell me to stay home.
You can get tired. I like the way you're living.
I would try to argue against it.
I'm the type of people that say.
I'll make the next, yeah. It's up to the mayor, meetings are conducted. All right, you guys ready to go? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, ready when you are.
Good evening. 4:08. Let's get the work session started. First agenda item is the housing deed restriction conversation, which is why 3 of our council people who have recused themselves from the conversation are not present. 4 of us will, and for those in the room or anybody else that's watching or will watch later, Just sort of a where are we? Okay. We've had 2 meetings on this topic already. The first one, Katie informed us on a lot. The second one, she informed us on a lot and we made a couple of decisions. In this one, we still have 9 or 10 decision points to get through. We'll use our time as best we can tonight to get as far as we can. If we get through everything today or at the next meeting, which we'll have to continue on the list, once we get everything done, then staff will have enough information to create a draft of the next iteration of the deed restrictions, which will come before us, the 4 of us, in a regular council meeting, because at that point, we will take public comment on the draft of the deed restriction. So that's when we welcome the public to make comments. We can also have our comments, obviously, on any edits and details. After it comes to us for in a draft form, it will then come back to us in the form of an ordinance for a first read as a resolution. Of course, that's what I mean. So only one time through?
Yeah.
Okay, so after that, it'll come to us as a resolution, which we can then vote on and move forward. Everybody good with that as a plan? In which case, I'll turn it over to Katie.
Thank you. And we'll have a
See where
good
we can
idea
get.
at the end of the work session tonight, if we got through all of it or what is left. So we'll be able to know where the next step is by the time we move on to the next item tonight. Before I start and go through a recap of the staff report and the questions we're specifically looking at guidance from, I want to note that there were 2 public comments attached to the packet that you all saw, one from Alex Beach and one from Alex Fitch. As you have met Alex Beach before, he is here. He'd love the opportunity to also speak. He also knows that it's not typical at work sessions and that he can always give his 3-minute limited public comment at 7 o'clock.
Which will be the benefit of being a public council.
And then also today was a letter received from the Peak One HOA Board of Directors. I don't know if you all had time to see this in your email, dated December 10th, reiterating that they would like 3% appreciation plus on the qualified capital improvements. And I believe that's on the qualified capital improvements. So you all have that in your email. You can reflect on if you haven't seen it yet. Moving on to okay, I'm gonna skip because we have so much to go through. I think everyone has heard the why we're doing this. I'm happy to go back to that and also a general definition of why we have covenants. So skipping all of that, a reminder, we have about 155 in the town of Bristol. Okay, so jumping right into the first topic that we want to discuss with you tonight, buyer selection. I'm going to review information that was in the staff report, answer any questions that you have for each topic. We'll take it topic by topic because that seemed to work really well last time we discussed this. Keeping in mind the question for you for buyer selection is, does the council want to require the sale of a property to include lottery, wait list, or make no changes to buyer selection? Or if the council had some other creative idea, you always are welcome to say it, and staff can respond to or do more research on just. Okay, so regarding buyer selection, just a reminder, in the way it works with the 2019 covenant, a person who owns a deed restricted unit is required to post their property in a public place. We don't define the public place, but we say it can't be a flyer on the front door. They have to post it usually through MLS or the SCHA website to get the word out better. Buyers then submit an application to the housing authority, and the housing authority has to take time, a few days. They go through all of those applications and they determine if they qualify, and 2, if they qualify as a priority applicant or as a non-priority applicant. We're going to get into this more later. The priority applicant is people who work there at least 30 hours within the town of Frisco boundary. So they try to do that at the same time. So a seller is given the complete list of applicants. That way the seller isn't given one person, but there were 6 other who applied who had information. So the housing authority tries to make it fair. They review the entire amount that were submitted within a couple of days, and then they'll pass that to the seller. The seller then looks at, they have the names, they have all the information of who applied. They look at the priority period applicants and they select who they want to choose to sell to, and then it goes through a normal real estate transaction between the seller and the buyer. That is how it works currently. We have heard some complaints from the public. This is still leading to behind the scenes deals. When the town did this in 2019, they thought they were stopping that problem by having people apply, but because that homeowner can still pick the seller of the qualified applicants, we're still hearing stories that people are paying $20,000 for drapes or a crazy amount of money behind the scenes that are included. There's no way to track those. There's no way for the town to know if those are true or not, but that is what we're hearing. So that is why this topic has came up. And so what we have, and it's outlined in the staff report, so I'm gonna go pretty quick. Waitlist scenario and a lottery scenario. The waitlist scenario, I do want to recognize Mr. Beach's letter, has referenced this, and he's also talked about it before with you. The concept of how this would work is an interested buyer for a unit would submit an application to the SCHA. The SCHA would have to go through and qualify them, and while they qualify them, they would also check how many years, months they have lived within the county or other defined location. Now, if this scenario has been going on for a couple of years and implemented, they would start having that data pretty readily available as people are applying. If this was a new system implemented, it would take them a while to get through that, figuring all of that out for each applicant. So that would kind of hold up, at least in the first couple sales, the qualifications. And then the qualified applicant who has lived within the defined area for the longest period of time would be required to have the unit sold to them. So that's the general scenario. I did this for lottery and I did this for the wait list. This is staff's brainstorming of who would benefit and who would not benefit. I am not taking it personally. If anyone else disagrees with this, it doesn't mean it's set in stone. This was my thought process and I have the same thing for a lottery system. So as writing the staff report for a wait list, who would benefit would obviously be a buyer who has lived in that defined location, whether it's in a county or town or Bristol, for the longest period of time. Another person who would benefit would be buyers who have gone through a change of life situation and now they've lost their housing, they need housing, they qualify for a deed restricted unit. If they've lived in the community for that long, then they would be able to be bumped up on the chance to buy a house and not have to kind of have it go through a lottery. As far as who would not benefit, this would be employers trying to recruit employees with specialized skills if they can't find people with job applicants. And again, that doesn't mean we can't bring in an employee. It just means they're taking a chance bringing in a qualified employee who doesn't have housing in the community. It also would not benefit somebody who wanted to sell to their friend unless the friend happened to be the longest residing in that area. Same thing for the buyer, couldn't buy from a friend unless they happen to be the longest residing person. And then any buyer who's obviously hasn't lived in the community for long would not be benefiting from the system. And none of these I'm not saying these are good or bad, I'm just trying to state some facts.
That is there legal implications from this sort of thing?
No, it's purely policy. I don't think you restrict it.
Okay, and then with the wait list, staff would request some guidance if the council wants to go this direction. How to confirm residency if somebody potentially doesn't have tax returns out for more than like 10 years. We know there's been people who are living in a community for much longer than that. How do we really get some ideas just to help the staff and CHA in particular come up with some ways to help determine the length of residency. And then we could do this, but we would just have to come through some kind of a policy as far as how long, if you've left the county for a certain amount of time, you reset, how does that work? So if someone lived here 20 years ago and between 9 and 10 years ago, they moved out of the county and they lived here, do they fall under 20 years or do they fall under 8 years? So I think that one is one that we could figure out. The confirmation is just something we need to, hasn't been done before, we need to do. Do you want anyone want to, questions or thoughts on the wait list?
One question on elements for staff to
do that, we went that way.
Thought the housing authority did that kind of process.
They do, but they don't know how to handle this either right now, so they wouldn't be guidance. And we tell them how to do, like a lottery, every community has a lottery, here's how we want it. But they don't have the answer for this because they haven't done this. I believe the original Oprah Mountain covenants looked at, might have been employment longevity. And that had a lot of trouble. I know that in the past, they've had a lot of trouble trying to verify those. Not impossible, just we need policy or guidelines to follow. Okay, so moving on to the lottery scenario. Essentially, this is done, as you know, throughout other communities in the area, along with our housing helps units. If they're not already occupied by somebody who wants to qualifies to buy it. Seller advertises it, buyers submit a lottery pre-screening form to the SCHA. This has been really updated the last couple of months through new software that the Housing Authority is using, so it's very streamlined. They're hearing really positive responses from the community. And the reason for this is if you get 800 people for a lottery, like they're frequently sometimes seen, they don't want to qualify 800 applicants for 12 units. So what they're doing is you submit a pre-screening, your information is saved in there for future, also to help get you into the initial lottery. Then they pull the lottery. And then they usually take, if there was 1 unit for sale, they would take about top four numbers and they would go through the full qualification of each applicant. That saves them the time of doing 800 when only 1 is going to be selected, for example. So this is just the standard process that's being used today with the Housing Authority. Very good summary of it. So as far as the lottery, who would benefit would be buyers who do not have connections to owners within the units. So as we hear people complain, people sell to their friends, they don't have connections with friends selling, they feel like they don't get the opportunity to buy today. Also, this would benefit, we were buyers who feel there are 6 deals preventing them from being selected. So if they feel like there is bias happening in what they're chosen, that's going to be that category was. Who would not benefit could potentially be considered a seller who wants to sell to their friend because now listed on the lottery, they couldn't sell to their friend. And the same thing, that buyer who has a friend selling the house, direct opportunity. So again, no right or wrong, just good ideas. If council wants a lottery system, then staff's recommendation to you tonight is that you just tell us you're on the lottery system. We will then come back with a lottery process that is used and similar or the same as other jurisdictions' lottery process, instead of having you tonight have to sit here and come up with all of the parameters of how that would work. We recognize that we would probably look at having extra tickets similar to how we do for Housing Helps. Through other conversations we've held at last meetings, I think the council is very supportive of longevity in the community residing and or employment should definitely probably be recognized as having some type of an advantage in the lottery system. So we would put that in as similar to how other towns do. So that's it for waitlist lottery. So I forgot to put my actual question recap there after that one, but do you want questions? Anyone want to provide quick guidance? It is a discussion. I'll let you lead it from here.
My initial impression is lottery with extra weight for longevity is a hybrid that personally, subject to a conversation I like.
But I tend to agree with that. I'd like to see, I think because of the issues that have been brought up with behind the scenes deals across the county this year, I think that's something that needs to be considered deeply. Because that's just inherently unfair. And that being said, I also see the importance of looking at someone who's been a resident here in Frisco, County, we divide that up as being relevant too. They pay taxes throughout their time here with sales taxes. And so I think longevity matters. So like a priority based on that. I would say I'll like a priority based on what they've done in the community too. We can get extra points for that. Such as being on the search and rescue team or volunteering for firm.
or something like that, you know, like a bonus point, not something that would just totally put them over the bed, right, but a bonus point. So I like the idea of a lottery with some ways to make it recognize longevity and citizenship, residency.
I like the lottery too, I think. And I just kind of want to know, you know, when they get into the lottery and people get picked, you know, and like, you know, every time somebody comes on, they get in line again. Or can we start like forming a list and then picking away at the list?
That's actually like wait list
That's like the way.
off of the lottery. You know, so once you've applied, you would end up rolling over as part of a wait list. The issue is that if somebody already found a house within that time, you know, or they choose not to go on, you know, I guess that would have to be voluntary as far as take my name off of the list. But I'm with that idea, you know, and I like the wait list idea. I don't necessarily like that it's only based on like how long we've been here, right? I do want that to weigh more personally. But already, if we're at lottery, because there's 3 of us who are at lottery, then how can we adapt, you know, sort of a new view of that to the lottery, which would almost be sort of a wait list aspect to it.
To the
Right.
lottery, yeah.
So like if someone was on the lottery for 4 rotations, we give priority to that too, as
Well,
far as.
Yeah, I mean, like how many times would you get passed over from somebody who's new? You know, just because your name didn't come up out of the hat. You know, and with 800 people, that was at Smith Ranch.
Yeah.
That they just
So
had like, you know,
Right.
for like one unit,
Yeah, that's great.
800 people that's outrageous, and that, you know, I do see a need. And I have a want to weigh it towards, you know, those who have put the time, put the effort in, you know, who have given of themselves to be here. You know, so which might be sort of a hybrid of what you're talking about, you know, but how many extra tickets can you get in the hat for being here for every 10 years or every 5 years and then 10 years, and then 15, or, you know, or whatever that way. But then I'm with you, Martin, as far as you should be able to earn some more by putting time and effort into the community. You know, you could volunteer for the town, you could volunteer for Burke, for HC3, for whoever, for Summit Foundation, you know, as just being part of, you know, as being part of the community. So, but with the idea for a wait list on the lottery, that would be like you automatically turn over onto the new next lottery.
But one thing I'll say to keep in mind is that people apply to the units they want. And so kind of that doesn't always work because they want, let's say it's a family. They're gonna apply to they don't wanna automatically be rolled over to a studio and then lose their opportunity for something else because they're told, well, you could have a studio.
Could it automatically be like the similar unit you applied for? You know, I applied for a 2-bedroom, I will not be able to do a 3-bedroom. I'd consider a 1-bedroom, you know, and it's like that kind of thing. It seems to me that there's something within there that I feel like if we leave that out, then it just becomes more unfair, sort of it's to Alex's point of, you know, those of us that have put the time in here, you know, because yes, I you know, employers pulling new people in, you know, that's one thing. But we don't have that much stock of this particular unit. You know, Summit County does, right? Ranch, everything, Wellington, all that stuff. You know, we only have so much, and you know, what about first right of refusal kind of thing to people who've been on the list or or to people in Frisco or the 10 Mile Basin. You know, what about something along those lines? And I'm just spitballing because like I don't know how this plays out, you know.
Okay, I think we're looking at a lottery system.
Also, you've already got three saying that, so
Yeah.
that's the bottom line,
Yeah.
you know, like, it could go along, so.
Yeah.
Think we gotta do, I'm not gonna battle against that, but I do think that we need to try to figure out what sort of hybrid beyond what the lottery system is today. You know, how we make it more equitable for those who put their time in here.
Yeah, I think you're right about the first right of refusal concept. And yeah, I think the hybrid, I don't know how the math worked out because the main thing I'm looking for is to make sure, like you said, one is equitable, fair, but also to limit the incentives to do something that would violate those tenets, right? Of being equitable and fair, but also my main concern is, quite frankly, for lack of a better term, just, backdoor dealings. That's my main concern.
And I agree. I keep an eye on,
Because I keep
simplicity. You know, we're sitting here because what they did 5 years ago has now been viewed to have not been done exactly right. We're never gonna get it exactly right. We want to get as close as we can, keeping it simple. In simple meaning understandable is something I'd love to sort of, as we go through all of these, is have as a factor. You know, I love the idea of where you committed yourself to the community, you get an extra, and I picture it like a Powerball, you get an extra ball an hour. But that's, I can't imagine it with 4 minutes of thinking about it, how that would work. In some way that somebody's not gonna, I watch in scholarships, there's an element of community service, and you see kids, what they write up as their community service, and it's very nebulous. So it's just simplicity for the buyer, for the seller, for SCHA, for the town, for the future, as a factor in trying to do it.
Right.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be done or can't be done.
Well, I see the complicating factor, especially to process it. So are you gonna have to read through 100 different applications and see what their community service was, like they're applying to, the college or something?
Right.
You would have to, and then it's also like, well, my friend works at the Summit Foundation and I've got, 2 days a year gets me, that volunteer, it's almost a similar thing as far as why we would want to do the lottery in the first place. Is because my buddy is, whatever, and then because they're willing to spend an extra 40 grand for my couch. Elizabeth Lawrence. This happened, and that is a tough one, but there would have to be some sort of a requirement with it, like what. There's a requirement with an internship, there's a requirement with some sort of, volunteership perk,
And I assume we could put, employment's relative, meaning teachers, first responders, whatever else we want to put. Maybe it's employed by nonprofits. I'm not sure if volunteer hours that's harder, but employed, if you add nonprofits as your employment base.
On the wait list, how do you guys, and Katie, maybe I didn't hear you right, but how do you guys envision it? So let's say tomorrow we just start a wait list. So on the wait list, starting tomorrow.
To me, everybody who's on the lottery in the order of what they signed up for the lottery is the wait list.
That's the wait list.
Oh, I thought it was,
No,
if the 4 of us sign up for the wait list, I'm last.
Well,
Because you guys have all lived in Summit County.
and so I don't necessarily agree with that aspect of the wait list idea. Because the thing is, this is also what I wanted to convey that I couldn't get out. This ties me into that. It's like the lottery system is essentially the wait list. And the thing is, you don't just get bumped right back down to the bottom. And this is the same thing of like, well, then you're the next on the list, as that's going. you know, from where the lottery was, right?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, so if we just decided tomorrow we're doing a wait list, right? And there were 50 people that have signed up for the last unit available in Frisco that got sold, then that starts out as the wait list to me, right? As far as, you know, it was a lottery system and all these people put their thing in, right? But the wait list is then created from that because.
But what is that, but then what is that used for? That's what I'm not understanding. Because you're deciding to use a lottery, but then you have this wait list.
Well, and that's based off of the time you signed up, and then the wait list would end up going down the list.
So
And it's like, it's not a lottery at that point, then it's a wait list. And the top 3 people are the top first right of refusal on purchasing that property.
So you have one unit, 50 people sign up for it. One person gets it, so now we have 49 left.
Yeah.
And you numerically ranked that 49, so.
Theoretically, when you
When the
signed up,
next unit comes in,
right.
everybody signed up on the same day, because we had a deadline.
Okay, well, so then that removes whoever was on the, you know, so this is the thing, if we started a wait list tomorrow and you have to join the wait list in order to be on the wait list, then you're cutting out all those people, right? And so those people, 49 people end up having to come in and sign up on the wait list, right? But then the wait list would end up having to be weighted per the amount of time you've been here, the amount of community service you do, the, you know, whatever else. The thing is it's also like, how many times have you been on the list? How many times have you been passed over? I mean, this, you know, should be a consideration, I believe, because I could really care less about the employer that is bringing a new doctor into town who's gonna end up getting a spot that a manager at a restaurant should be getting, who's been crushing themselves and, you know, and has missed out on these units, right? I mean, this is where I'm trying to interject that sort of idea. I don't wanna give equal weight to somebody who's just showing up in town and I get to buy a house just because my name came up and there you go. Like, that does not seem fair to me as a longtime local.
Yeah, inherently, I feel a clean lottery doesn't seem fair to me.
But a weighted lottery. Seems
A weighted lottery seems more fair, but I hear what Andy's saying also. You know, that the weighted lottery will definitely give everyone an opportunity based on their have an extra ticket. But if you got 800 people, that extra ticket statistically doesn't give you that much more. If you get you know, then let's say you have 4 extra tickets, you have 800 people. You're certainly ahead of someone who has 1 ticket.
You would be.
Not like that much.
Well, all the 4, even if you had 600 people who got extra weight.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't look at the one person, because you're right, one person's, that's, you know, that's statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the
But-
600 people, then you have to
Correct.
determine the weight of each of the 600 people.
As a
There would
micro,
be-
it is possible, at least in my head, it is possible that the person who walked in, put their name in, they win. And the NBA team that wins the championship also might get the first round draft choice, because they got 1 ball in the box. But the team that came in last got, like, I don't know how exactly they do this, so. The team that came in last place, probably the 76ers, you know, they get a lot of balls. So statistically, it's more likely that the bad team's gonna get first pick. But it's possible. That's the weighting system. That also, in my head, gives the person who's new to the community the thought that, yeah, I'll take the job as a teacher because I may get a house. I don't wanna leave that new employee no hope to say.
It's not that there's no hope, it's weighted. You know, what I mean, like,
If
that's
it's
the thing.
weighted, then I agree, it's weighted as well.
Right.
I'm totally
Because the
agree
question of
with
how it's
weighted.
weighted.
If you go wait list, and the new person who's the teacher walks in and says, well, you're at the bottom of the list, and there's 800 people in front of you, we'll see you in 2057.
Welcome to getting a slip at the Frisco Bay Marina. I mean, that's the thing, you know, like I was
It's
sitting
different
on
between
that
a
list
slip in the marina and
for a couple of years, you know, and then when my name came up, I wasn't ready to buy a boat, so I gave it up, you know, so that's where it's like the wait list works in that situation. And there are people on the wait list from Denver that are beating me up for years, you know, I mean, like, but that's just the way, you know, that a wait list would work. I'm not saying that that's what we should be doing, but I am saying that it should be weighted.
I think we're saying the same thing.
I think I'm hearing a lottery weighted with more recognition and more chances for those who have been longevity in the community. I think I have enough for staff to start drafting, with a disclaimer that when you see it, you're going to want to mark it up. Don't think this is that's on you. What I also will do before with an understanding of what you presented with is the Housing Authority has been tracking the winners of lotteries and the comparison of who was weighted enough. So they actually have some statistics to show are the weighted applicants actually really getting into units more. I don't have those numbers, but I do know they're starting to track that over there. We've got this new software, so we can give that to you to let you see that.
Not to belabor this conversation, but the other thing that I'm thinking of is, you know, the application of this could be to a new project where there's several units like a Smith Ranch. But it's also going to get applied to the single sale resale of this. And I wonder if there's any validity to also limiting the number of people that are in the lottery.
Oh,
To affect the odds. Just throwing it out there.
Well, that's what I was thinking too, is like, you know, the lotteries, the wait list is 50. Those people bid on it until, you know, but then if somebody comes in and uses their housing and has been here for 20 years, they get on the list or something, yeah.
And I don't know if there's a useful way to
Not
apply
doing
that,
800.
you know.
yeah, I don't know how you would determine what that number is, but like 800 people for, you know, one house in Peak One.
Right, is different than competing in a 50-person lottery, right?
Sure. Sure. And maybe it's through our parameters.
I probably made it more complicated.
As we continue the conversation, some of our dynamics of what we're requiring is going to limit it. So one conversation now might be if you win the lottery and you don't accept the unit, what do we do with you? Do you just get to defer? Or do
Well,
you,
then you're not on,
you
you're
have
on
a 6
the wait
month?
list, you don't
Do you have a
automatically.
6 month period that you're no longer allowed to enter the lottery? Ways of making it so that number of people in the lottery, the people who are on.
So it's a good point.
Not just whatever,
Not just
I want to be called.
If you wave a magic wand, they created 800 units in Smith Ranch. The 800 people on the wait list are not all gonna step up and say, that's what I want. They're throwing their name in just in case, maybe, possibly. So
Yeah,
I'm
depending on
lacking
the size.
statistics.
I will also say from the Housing Authority, I know for a fact that they do run into the problem, and this is I think it's Breckenridge, some of their covenants. You do, if you don't get selected for a lottery or a certain amount of lotteries, you get an extra ticket in for future lotteries. So they are finding that people that they don't want a studio, but they're gonna put their name in the lottery and they're gonna turn it down. And it's just an extra person applying, but because then they can say, I didn't get selected, I get an extra ticket now next time. So that is kind of the problem they're finding with trying to reward people for failing in the lottery, is that now they don't even want it anyway, but they can say they didn't get paid.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, Housing Authority can help staff over here rate a lot of it.
I do think that it should be very pointed in that you don't put your name in for a studio if you know you're not gonna want a studio.
And that's
You
what
know,
they're
you're
saying.
looking for a 3-bedroom. You put your name in for the 3-bedroom lotteries that are coming up. You don't automatically, like everybody else is in there. And maybe that's how there's 800 people, you know, looking for, you know, a few units, but like, I feel like you could easily separate 1, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom and a studio. And then maybe get, you know, 50, 200, you know, whatever that is as that goes up.
Or
That's,
maybe make the commitment up front. That I am only, right, here's what I'm qualifying for, right? You only get to pick 1 or 2, right? 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or studio, 1 bedroom.
It's gotta be.
Get to put in just for anything and everything.
In the world of, if we're good on this, let's keep rolling. If we feel good directing Katie, then
See that data too. It'd be great.
just keeping in mind, what we're doing is Katie's coming back with something that will avoid us having a wet sheet of paper. We can just guide him to the.
And
But we're trying to also get it all out in order for you to go back
Oh,
with
yeah.
something
This
this
is
like to see, and I don't wanna rush too much beyond. Because this is an important aspect, I believe.
If you feel rushed, let me
Okay, I feel,
know. Okay.
I don't wanna just, bang, I feel like we should wrap up where we're at. Tom had an interjection that was maybe considerable as far as, would we limit these? I think there's good possibility there. What do you limit it to?
I have
No
no
clue.
clue, I don't know.
Not yet, not a remote you've got the different. You've got the different extra tickets in the lottery for the different reasons. Be that amount of time, community service. I don't think you would want to weight professions. Because that gives you, the fireman has all of a sudden more weight than the barista, and that's not fair. I don't see that as being fair, that way.
But there could be a policy reason at some point in the future where you would want to do that. Say you couldn't get any of something in your
Police
community.
officer,
I don't know what that thing is, but,
teacher.
I don't know.
Yeah, so. I just wanted to, we're like, let's button up where we were and then, right? So, and that might have been it. I don't know, was there anything else I didn't hit on there from?
The idea of, working selection where you pick once you don't, or if you do get that unit and you decline taking that unit, you don't automatically keep your space, right?
You don't automatically keep your space.
I mean, at some point with limited resources, people have to make choices to make it benefit of winning that lottery. I get it, I mean, everyone kind of wants the perfect place, but if it's one bedroom, put your name in for one bedroom. When you put your name in, you decline that, then I think, so we're now going to the next person. That person somehow, I don't know how we fit this in and across this whole spectrum, but I think that was a great point that was brought up, and that should be definitely considered.
And then what about, first right of refusal for Hemlock Basin or Briscoe?
We have that as an item.
I think we'll get into that kind of connected to priority resident tonight.
What is a resident?
And I'll make a note to make sure we play it back in case it's not addressed.
Alright. Okay,
That's a big part of the conversation. Pretty
right, that's a little,
foreshadowing. Is this based on where you live today or where you work today? Or in the last 10 years?
Well, and that's,
That's something we have to get to.
it's something that you can illustrate through the sales of Peak One, which have not gone to that second tier of qualification because we've had enough buyers from that first priority period.
Not just people,
And we
myself
could-
and.
we could pull that data
Yeah.
out there.
And just know that anybody who opted in the 2019 covenant has never gone past the Frisco employment priority. There's always been applicants who, it's just the fact of what it's been,
Right,
because we get all the qualified.
okay, all right, thank you.
All right, initial purchase price. My recommendation is to take the question and go with it, but I'm okay to have more discussion. Would council like to have all initial purchase prices? So what this is not looking at any houses that are already built. This is, okay, we built units, let's say it was Nellie's neighborhood in Frisco. What are we gonna sell a 1-bedroom versus a 3-bedroom? Currently have a very complicated system that you saw in your staff report outlined, and it's in the covenants. That was not modified in 2019. It was just carried in because we didn't really discuss it. It's very complicated. It's barely, not even really followed very well. We would rather just look at the chart and say a 1-bedroom sells at this amount. That's kind of the example of how it's written on the chart. That would obviously change every year, but this is kind of similar to how it's been done in the past historically, without going through all the complications of the way the covenant's actually written. So staff, I'm happy to say here, no, keep it as is, or a different idea, but staff's recommendation is just the initial purchase price in the covenant changed to be reflective of the housing authority, and we probably wouldn't reference the chart itself. We would do what Breckenridge and Summit County do that you saw in your staff report. It's more up to housing authority or something, but they have in their policy.
So the housing authority working off of this chart?
They are, but it's
Just for the original purchase.
just the original purchase price, new
Because
unit.
that's your AMI level that
Yes.
you have qualified for.
Yeah, and so, let me just find the examples. The unit shall be sold to a qualified owner at an affordable purchase price as determined by the housing authority, is what 5247 says. So it's basically referring to this, but not in case this chart goes out of existence. We don't want to refer to a chart there. We want to refer to something similar that seems to be working for Brecken.
You have a legal comment on that one.
Thank you.
I would be very careful on that. What you're talking about is a material provision of a contract. Counselor Aronson knows I'm going with this already. You don't. It's a material provision of a contract that you just put in the hands of somebody else to determine from time to time without reference to anything. Apparently. As determined by the Summit County Housing Authority. I think on the challenge for ambiguity, a buyer's going to have a successful challenge to that as an unenforceable provision, right? Have you just given Summit County Housing Authority unbridled discretion to set that number at whatever level they like, based upon whatever they feel from time to time is appropriate to set it on? What are the boundaries,
And
right?
check their housing, because they all have housing guidelines. Don't see what their housing.
Right, but they're free to change those guidelines is my
Yeah.
point. And without reference to some level of certainty, right? If a buyer cannot take this covenant, read it, and go to some reference material, some certain reference material, right, that is based upon some criteria to determine what the price is, I question if you have an enforceable covenant, because you have a material term, price essentially, that isn't agreed upon, is subject to determination by some third party at some future date. Now, I understand they may be doing it, may be working. I'll believe it when it gets challenged legally, its ambiguity and its lack of certainty on a material term and its upheld.
The big deal is if they stop using this, right? So it can easily just reference this or its market, its reasonable successor document method as.
Do you think you can help me draft some?
Absolutely, but I do think you need that sort of reference. This published by Chapel or such subsequent equivalent thereof is maybe public, like we do for AMI right now. There's a fallback on
Or
AMI.
interest rates. You reference an interest rate chart. So we're using prime +2
Exactly.
or whatever market.
LIBOR or
If prime ever goes out of existence.
But you're still, you still need to be like at an AMI level in order to qualify for a 120 or 160 or 80 AMI level. And so if you're getting rid of the chart at some point, then there's still gonna be something to add, it's
I
something
think
to
there will always
reference.
be a chart. I just.
Yeah, there will always be a chart. And the thing is SCHA, that's the whole issue with Peak One is they adjusted this chart. And I know you're saying for new builds, but you still need the chart to
There'll be a chart.
reference.
And I just want, this only applies to the first sale of a property, correct? Yeah,
And then the second sale of that property.
is determined by its appreciation.
And the
is
resale
determined by the purchase, the initial price.
And whatever appreciation method you guys decide.
No.
But we have to start. So.
Yes, yes.
we should
So-
do this.
I'm obviously happy to just, that help me draft something. The other thing I really would like, if we alter this a little bit, I would like to have some recognition for some type of HOA fees, because what concerns me is these buildings right now that are being used bonus density. Is a kind of off topic, but kind of connected. So we have units within new buildings that are gonna sell at their formula for this, for example, if it was in Breck or somewhere that use this. And I have a fear over what those owners that are gonna pay for HOA fees in those fancy buildings with elevators and underground.
And even if they set that HOA fee fairly low at the beginning, the HOA has the ability to run that up to whatever it wants to over time, which we wouldn't have control of.
How do you address this?
I don't know, but I can see if we can brainstorm any ideas.
How have we,
But I guess,
how have we done it off the, kind of off Main Street with Barry Goldman's building?
They pay whatever they.
They're not-
They're paying what everybody else is paying.
See, that's
They-
Even on a
they-
deed restricted unit.
We don't have control.
but the question you all are considering right now is one of subsidy. One group of private owners to another group of private owners, because you're right, the HOA can run it up to whatever they like, but not beyond the cost that they incur in maintaining the property. I mean, these are not for profit. No dollars go in that don't go back into the property, I guess is my point. No dollars go in that do not go back to nobody.
No, I get that, but
Whether they're well spent is another question, but no dollars are collected by the HOA that are used for anything other than common expense improvements or maintenance.
Sure,
So you can-
to me, it seems, and this is what was in Copper, I owned a unit at the lodge at Copper, and deed restricted units that were selling at whatever level is the percentage of the same unit that's market value, and your HOA fees were that percentage. So if I was paying 40% of the market value unit, which obviously changes.
Yeah.
Right? But the dues were 40% of the dues of a market value unit.
But you would hope everybody would do.
You would,
And the
Right.
HOA just,
see, that's the issue, and can't, with a deed restriction, or with them assuming a deed restriction, couldn't there be some sort of stipulation that says they have to remain percentage points under only
You might need to think
two HOAs? Because if everybody then gets the special assessment to do a new roof, and all of a sudden, every unit has to pay $20,000, right? And it's still that.
If they're under the state statutes. But that's state statutes are set up quite deliberately to allocate the costs of anything that is a common element, which by the way, in a condo is the walls that surround you and the floor that holds you up in space, right? The idea is to allocate all of those expenses pro rata based upon the square footage, right? It's not really set up that one group of owners subsidize another, so.
Is that what,
To the extent that you have changed that through covenants, I'm not sure, and I think we
even
would
when you
need.
do, lower floors pay less than higher floors. It's the same square footage, but higher floors are more valuable theoretically, and so you're right, it would all be in the condo docs.
Yeah, but
This
the
deed
condo
restriction
doc can't change,
This deed restriction
but the
can't create-
condo doc can't change just any provision of Kiowa, some, but not all, that's the issue.
It sounds
So-
like what we're talking about is the desire to keep HOA fees affordable also. To run with the value of the property as an affordable deed restricted unit. We have to figure out whether that can happen. or not.
Right, the problem is you're talking about restricting an entire property, right, including your private units, to recognize that distinction and basically not argue with this.
I mean, it would be legal to do that.
You know what?
It would not be legal. Like, for us to enforce upon, private and deed restricted complex.
You might accomplish it as a condition of giving a density bonus, but you might also accomplish shutting down multi-family projects that contain both market and.
Because obviously the market fees would have to be a little higher in order to subsidize the affordable fees.
They're a lot higher if you look at.
It's an interesting consideration because it is a way that you could make it difficult to keep those affordable. how an HOA could make it difficult to keep.
Already, HOAs
Yeah.
are not affordable, and, you know, it's a lot of the reason why. People buy a condo for $1 million.
I'm glad this is brought up
because
because-
They're gonna be $1,000.
Yeah, to Annie's point, and I know a little bit about this, my line of work, but, you know, the insurance alone, sure is, this area is really crazy. It's a good point to discuss. I don't know if it can be, because at some point, it's gotta be subsidized by something.
Off Main Street,
And
it's just, she can't,
Yeah, we actually.
she's in a restricted unit there.
Yep.
And I thought they were different.
Well, and every
Sure.
development is gonna be different based on their HOAs.
Yeah.
So there won't be consistency. What we can do is we can look at Town Center, who currently had assessments for the damage done in the building. A deed restricted unit owners have been approaching the housing authority in town looking for advice on loans and things to try, like, for example, one of the deed restricted units is gonna be assessed 11,000. I didn't look at that in comparison with the other assessments are, but I think we have that in document they provided, so we can do some, but I think the biggest thing to figure is we can look at one or two, but it's not gonna tell us all.
Yeah.
And I'm,
They're not all the same.
Correct.
I'm also thinking we only have a certain points in time that we can affect this.
Purchase ones.
New purchases,
And we resell.
when it's a resale, the thing I have in my head is that you have, the more we integrate deed restricted units into market rate buildings, the less control, at that point, we don't have any control. So if the market rate owners wanna put in, you know, $100 a square yard carpet in the hallways, they can, if that's, but our workforce unit's gonna be screwed.
But even through,
But
although
that's not something we can handle through our deed restricted. If we do
theoretically,
PUDs and stuff like that, we can.
theoretically, higher HOA fees should, theoretically, I realize, should affect the value of that deed restricted unit too. So if you're paying an astronomical HOA fee, it should affect what the value, because that qualified buyer is only gonna be able to afford so much. So it should affect the value of that unit from a resale perspective.
In the chart from the,
That's the way you deal with it. You put in the chart from the
AMI
get-go.
3%
You make the sales
compensation.
price
They
down
can,
Because if
to
we're just
adjust for the fact that
escalating
it's
it,
gonna pay
but you're
higher.
not guaranteed
What if they just change the?
that appreciation.
Because you can't make that association over appreciation, but you're one covenant. You can't do one covenant that says, oh, but this
Yeah.
unit doesn't have to pay like everyone else does in an existing.
interesting fact.
but then it's keeping price lower for whoever was the previous owner on that, right?
But
Instead of going
it could
like
continue to
AMI
flow, but it
or-
could continue to flow through and be always relative to the market rate units lesser. If you're accounting for higher HOA fees from the beginning initial price, I mean, yes, it's a clear benefit to the first person, but that should be flowing through each time, right? Because if you're assuming that the gap between market and stays about the same,
Yeah, as long as the HOA decides that assessments, don't apply equally to everybody, so.
yeah, but what do you,
Most times that-
do? I mean, it's all holding.
Because a lot of times they're financing that stuff and you have to guarantee the income to get the financing.
More to come on, I think that and I'll work on this one together.
Yeah.
Are we fundamentally okay with something to chart out the initial price on new construction? The other stuff is
a level.
next level on that
That's how
stuff.
it started.
Yeah, we need to start.
Yeah. Something along those lines, but that's it.
We're anecdotally, we're about to meet the enemy on this particular issue and it's us, and it's called 619 Granite. Right? We are going to be the HOA, right? We're gonna own half the units over there. CDOT's gonna own half the units. We are going to jointly control that HOA board of directors. We, with CDOT representatives, whoever that is, that board is going to set monthly dues, is going to set assessments, right, sufficient to build up capital funds to put a roof on that building in 20 years and to do the other things that are necessary. I bet when
market value.
Right, but but you're still really not gonna like it, but my point is, you're still not gonna like the numbers. The numbers are still going to be awfully high.
HOA fees are high.
No, that's my
I think we're all
point. I know we're talking about.
Product,
Not-
that
not
would be a rental product, which then gets figured into the rent.
Yeah.
I'm more on the, we bought the single unit up in, Downside, thank you. Yeah, that's the one that the other market rate owners are gonna be voting. HOA fees are, and our market rate owner, or workforce housing owner is subject to that.
Yeah, I understand. I guess all I'm saying is, I don't think it's gonna be any different on the property that we own. And we're gonna look at those numbers because all they really do is anticipate their expenses and they assess accordingly. You know, I've been a president of one of those boards. It's just flows.
That's why it's smart, we didn't put a pool on that property.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Still time.
That's good.
All right, I put two topics here together because they are really intertwined. The definition of a resident for the purpose of qualifying to purchase, that is looking at their employment, I'll give you more information here, their employment within the community, within the county or any defined area. Connected with that is the priority period for defined employment location. So the reason these are put together is because I don't want the council to just look at one of them, look at the priority period for defined employment location, which is what I wrote about in the staff report. You decide you want to have it be stay as is, for example, and keep it to Frisco. And then we look at the definition of resident and you start thinking, oh, maybe somebody who works within Summit County is as important as someone Frisco, and now you've changed your mind. So I'm kind of gonna go do both at the same time.
I say 10 Mile Basin is what I say, that's.
For defined employment
It's
location.
Frisco, it's people in unincorporated Summit County within Frisco, it's people at Copper Mountain. You know, at weighing more than other parts of Summit County.
I'm perfectly, I'm fine with that, by the way, but I would like to hear, because you have a history of Copper. Why do you feel that way? Because Copper Mountain is not part of this.
Copper Mountain is not part of Frisco. I feel that way primarily for the people in Frisco that are not in Frisco. You know, so
Okay.
Bill's Branch, Wyborg Park, Frisco Heights, you know, all of these areas that are unincorporated Summit County, right behind your house, right, those people might have lived there for 20 years and they can't vote here, they don't get any say here. And so 10 Mile Basin, of course, encompasses that, perhaps happens to be part of
there,
that.
okay.
Per the map, you know,
But if we wanted to define it differently, we.
Town limits. You know,
we can say town limits with that are
unincorporated is included in
that
that,
unincorporated is included.
because the unincorporated is in our town limits.
No.
Well, there is some, I guess, kind of, but by state definition.
There's only one or two enclaves. I only one, right? The
Area.
Duck is an enclave.
Well, but an enclave is not technically in your.
I only have one thing that's actually
Yeah.
around it. Everything else, the lines go down.
Exactly.
Right, you're just talking from I-70 to Laketon to the hospital or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, as like, this is the area, you know, and that is the area of the 10 Mile Basin. And I don't know if you can legally separate that.
Do you want to start with going back a step, just the definition of a resident? Qualified purchase, and then move into the.
You know, it could be like proximity from.
Somewhere around it can be, I mean, you can use it as an exhibit, you know, put it as an exhibit to the deed restriction, you draw the line around it. However you want to define it, we can do that.
But again, that's priority period. and You want to know resident. or-
Starting with resident, then moving into priority period. So big picture, currently our definition of a resident restricts your employment to earn his or her living from a business operating in Summit County by working at such business an average of at least 30 hours per week on an annual basis. Does the council want to modify the current definition of resident? Now, what I want to bring up,
Can I
Yeah.
just wordsmith?
yes, please, this is the.
You're using the place of employment You're using the word resident, but you're defining it as the place of employment.
That's the way it is today, that's why we're bringing it up.
So I like the definition, I don't like the word.
Okay.
So
Right, like that works as lived work, that doesn't necessarily mean you're.
I would make it more if we have one or many of our police officers who live in Golden. They're not residents of Frisco, but they work here. So if they want to apply, if they want to be deemed whatever we're calling them for this, to me, they qualify. But if you say a resident, a general use of that word would imply that they're not residents, so they may think they don't qualify.
And this is looking, it's a good point, this is looking primarily when you read the whole part about who can own or occupy the unit. So the resident of the unit, meaning you can be qualified to live in the unit, meaning to purchase it or rent it, if you earn your living from that business operating in Summit County. So if you're a police officer working for the town of Frisco, you would apply and you would put your employment, and if it was 30 hours a week in the town of Frisco, you met the definition of you can become a legal resident of the unit.
It's used in the context of the definition of an eligible resident to occupy the unit. Within the context of it.
It's a little
The progress
unclear.
I think that.
You're gonna make me rewrite that whole thing.
No, just
All
one
that,
word.
yeah, I know that the resident is part of the definition of a qualified resident household. We have a definition of a household.
You come back and it changed, and I'm totally.
All right, I just want to know it like this, that word, like this and that.
Then you get to unravel everything.
I know, yeah. Definition and.
Second.
Resident.
Yeah, resident of the unit.
And that's why I wanted to bring this up. Now with that, you remain a resident regardless of your working status if you have owned an occupied property or a different property that's deed restricted for not less than 7 years. So we are saying for the first 7 years you occupy a deed restricted unit, you need to earn your living from business operating in Summit County, at least 30 hours a week. Now, what we have run into is numerous owners have qualified and gotten into units. They now no longer meet the qualifications, but they haven't necessarily always lived there for 7 years. So we're almost contradicting ourselves when we want people to grow and get promotions and be part of the community, but they may change jobs and now they work for a remote company and their paychecks are out of a different county or state, where they don't meet the qualification in that case. They may have decided to just be done with, get laid off from their job, and they took on, became a private contractor, and they work in Park and Lake County doing plumbing work. Well, it's very hard for us to tell those people they qualify, and we pretty much tell them, no, you don't. But then that plumber may work in their house doing office work a certain amount of time, doing phone calls and paperwork, then goes to Lake County to service people. There's a lot of things that staff is having a really hard time within that first 7 years. And does the town want to consider changing that, keeping it as, or just saying, kind of like we talked about with assets, potentially, once you're in, do we care what you're employed for contributing to the community? If we do care, then we will have to start telling people they will not be living in their house anymore. When we do annual monitoring.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
And so the reason I wanted to get into this before that priority period is to make sure we know what a resident really is also, and who we are going to.
Here's gonna be putting this, your plumber is a good example, but it's gray.
Okay.
Let's go black and white. Year two, the person becomes a remote worker.
Okay.
You know, they now work for whoever in New York City,
Yeah.
just for black and white.
So their kids are in school here, let's just say, because this is, what we see, right? They shop here, they live here. But they're not, their paychecks and their work are not serving the county in any way.
And technically, we should be, in that case, enforcing that they're not qualified to live in that unit anymore, and that they have to sell. That's a really tough one to crack.
That's the current situation, but
I would suggest to you that the conversation you're having right now, this provision was not intended to address. This provision was put, I remember the conversation distinctly, this provision was put in to address retirement.
The 7
This
years.
7 year, yes, this
Right.
provision was put in to address people who are no longer working whatsoever. They remained a resident regardless of their working status, if they've been doing it for 7 years. The question that arose was, well, You're gonna kick people out when they retire because they're not working anymore. And the answer was this provision. I think you're torturing it to try to get it to deal with this remote worker issue.
And then, yeah,
And you probably, well, got to deal with it by going, you know, up top, right? What does it mean to earn a living from business operating in Summit County? Don't do it with the 7-year residency provision. Answer your question in up there.
yeah, you're right.
Working in Summit County, can we be working for, don't, you know, give me an example. IBM. Yeah. I don't think they have any facilities here.
I mean, I guess it. I guess it could go back to what you're wanting the people to be remaining for. Deed restrictions. Are they still contributing to the community? Are they still, I mean, and people that are remote workers can still do that. They can still run for office, they can, you know, they can volunteer, they can do all those things.
But they can't qualify for a new place because now
They wouldn't be able to qualify for the next place
Right.
if they were applying for another deed restricted unit to move to.
You know, for retirees, it'd be a bad look to be kicking retirees out because, you know, now they're occupying a workforce housing unit. You know, but they've been there for X amount of time, they put their time in here as it is, you know, so some of that should be worth something, I think.
We haven't really had any trouble with retirees since we made this 7 years. The ones we've seen, which usually are like some stage workers and can retire, I think at 5-ish. They had lived there for 7 years, so they were able to.
Most retirees are gonna leave here. They're not gonna stay, I mean, you know, you don't have.
No, I mean, no, they're moving here. They move here.
Well, they are, because they're the only ones who can over at $2 million.
Yeah, but-
Yeah. And then they don't stay because they can't live here.
But they're not moving into workforce housing.
They are not.
So that's the chemical thing, what we have is acceptable, is that the right one? And if so, staff's understanding is when we start continue annual monitoring, we enforce it. And it's come to understand that we will be enforcing. if you're-
I don't think that's what they're saying.
Okay.
It's even than not doing any
We're
worse
thinking
than
of only egregious cases.
you live in Pequot and then 2 years in, you got a better job offer, you take the job. Everybody in your household's working, you know, I mean, like what's egregious, you know, that way.
But then how is that in the definition of it?
That you did when they moved in.
Yeah,
But it's all time during it, it's not, this isn't the beginning.
Well, but do we somehow need to change that so that staff doesn't feel conflicted that they need to enforce on it?
People say we're mean, but we're not going out there kicking
Well-
people out, I promise. For this definition, we
Well,
really
I mean,
are
I don't-
supposed to.
It depends on how much you want this to be workforce housing, right?
I get it.
I'd rather change the rule to be what we want it to be, instead of when it's, you know, staff has a view, but so does the next door neighbor. And if we give the next door neighbor the hammer, you're putting staff in the wrong,
Yeah, I
position we
mean,
don't wanna put them in,
it-
well, that's your rule.
Because essentially someone could file a complaint, say, this person no longer meets the qualifications you
Yeah.
need to enforce.
And I would like to have a way of enforcing that in some way, but not kick them out of their house.
Yeah.
yeah, how do you do that?
Well,
Go get a job.
they moved into the house under a subsidized program with the expectation that they were working in our community. If they choose to not work in our community, then there's a fee to pay, which compensates the town for some level of value that they've received for no longer doing what we've requested them to do for the subsidy.
That's interesting. And so does that mean it lays on staff that everybody who is now a remote worker is making more money and who doesn't qualify, as opposed to just the one neighbor complains about.
I don't know that you're gonna be any more popular demanding fees than you are telling people to, you gotta sell this unit. I guess is.
So I'm not.
I mean, it's no easy to report. I don't think that's any easier.
Is the council saying is striking through and the second line there, not the red, but the second line in the white box, in all times during ownership or occupancy? You're saying as long as you're qualified.
I mean, you can currently become income disqualified, right, by an increase. Right? You don't have to qualify for the 100% AMI forever, just when you get in.
Correct.
So this is distinct from that, but it's this issue of.
Conversation too, right?
Right, that's the same thing, and this is like where it's like, we don't wanna hinder people's ability for mobility. You know, and that's one of those things, like, you got in at a certain level. And you're making your life here barely because you qualified at 80 or 120% AMI. And then you got a better job and you're bettering your life for your family and everything else. Is it like, do we wanna penalize people for that? Because these are deed restricted units, like that I don't see. I feel like we need to create more ladders than we do, jail cells.
And the hard part about that, to further illustrate it, is that you have people wanting to get into those units and they're not turning over, right? That's the other side of it,
Well,
which is difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I was working for Boeing and the other folks coming up wanting to work at wherever it is, right? Somewhere where employment is needed much. Here is definitely.
Police officer.
And is the council okay then if we delete that ownership or occupancy, because that means that you can move in as a teacher and you can then retire or switch and be a stay-at-home parent and your husband can continue his job working remotely.
Or get your master's degree and go get a much better job working remotely for Boeing.
Yeah.
What's your neighbor think? Or
Like a 7-year thing, I feel like at least if you worked within the county for 7 years, then, I don't know.
Well, I think what so in the county, 7 years, what we're really saying is focus for deed restriction. Just for deed restriction, is we want to also provide benefit to county employers, so part of that is employers. And is that the goal? I think for a long time it was never a question. I mean, just if you lived in this county, this is where you worked before, But so what we're really saying is, to change, do we need to say, okay, what we're paying before, and no, have the answer on this. Really looking for is good residents. And if they are able to get a home here under the original rules, do we want to impede them from getting a higher paying job used remotely? Or do we want to make sure that Vinnie's we're thinking of Vinnie as an employer long term? I don't know.
Out of their house for a lottery that maybe Vinnie's people won't even remember. And that kind of thing. I mean, that's sticky thing. Do remote workers, and this is the thing, it's like, do remote workers bring value as residents here, or a resident, yes, they do, but, not living beyond your means, actually surpassing your means. There's, how is it that we can create the turnover to happen in those cases? I mean, that's what it needs to be. It's like, by the time, you just get the job for Boeing and that's great, you're doing great, but you haven't, you haven't done it for a few years, so now you have a bankroll so you can actually get into a market value.
What would happen, I want to revisit, but every year, there's no fee every year to go to SCHA and do the screening, right?
The monitoring?
The
Yeah,
homeowner doesn't
they don't,
pay for
it's
this.
just their time to go, just fine.
we can put fees on, this is not a tax. I just want to revisit that thought of.
I don't mind.
It's into the contract.
If you are not.
It's not a governmental fee, this is the contract.
But if it's written into the contract at the time and you sign it, then it's great. If you don't still comply, then I don't think we should be providing you with the free services that come along with workforce housing. And so it's 500, pay the $500 admin fee every year if you're not complying. And yes, if we do this in the first year, there's 20 people who we identify that have bettered their lives and moved into a better remote, non-compliance job. They pay a fee. And it's a.
So I clearly understand, we are talking about after 7 years. We're saying.
Oh, no, they can come out of compliance with this within two.
Within two.
One.
One thing I think that can be a valuable tool with this ability to get people to is for them to be able to find better paying jobs outside of Suffolk County. Better paying jobs generally do exist outside of Suffolk County in our society. That's a fact, right? This county is not known for its pay. And I think that can be a powerful tool to open that up and let people. It's back to the asset. And so again, are we doing this to make sure that we're also forcing a benefit to our local employers? And if we are, then okay. But to me, I'm leaning more towards, I'm okay if they go outside the county to a certain point, whether it's 2 years, 7 years, whatever we decide. Because that, when I'm thinking about it right now, is the only real way I see really for a lot of these people to gain assets so that they can have a chance.
I don't want to kick them out of their housing. I don't want to preclude them from going there. I want to continue to have the understanding that what is the purpose that we are paying $150,000 in subsidies for each of these units. It's not to have a remote worker. So if you choose to be a remote worker, I think it's fair that you are no longer subsidized.
You're no longer subsidized.
I don't know.
That sounds reasonable to me. This is the fundamental thing that we have never talked about that went around before we had recusals and everything else of deed restricted units should be kept the lowest possible in perpetuity for all the new people coming in. Or are these ladders for mobility? Or both, right? And I mean, this is a thing of like, I went back and forth, with past councils about this, and like we have not defined that, and that's one of those things we should define. For me personally, for sale deed restricted units are ladders for mobility. Rental deed restricted units should be kept cheap for perpetuity. And that's like the distinction for me as far as, people coming in and who can find a place to live and for an employer and everything else. There are not gonna be many Vinnies that are gonna be buying a Peak One house in order to put his employees in it. Because you can afford that, let alone a market value, or anything like that. It's not about, the for sale product is not about keeping it cheap for perpetuity for the next person coming in. I just like to make that statement myself, right?
You're bringing it all the way back to the first
All the
conversation.
Andrew, I have one response. I don't know, and I'm not, by this question, I don't mean to suggest whether your idea of a fee for not being a resident worker for having it out of the county job is good, bad, or indifferent. But what I do know is that if you want these new covenants to replace 100 and however many existing covenants we have, you're going to have to incentivize it. We can't impose it upon them, right? They're going to have to agree those covenants to come in, so they're gonna have to decide this one is better. That's all, right? When you give them yin, you know, and also some yang, they're gonna make a decision at the end of the day, right? You give and you take away, they're gonna make a decision whether they've been given more or whether more has been taken away under this new covenant. And so my point is, if the idea of this is to get as many covenants as possible to this new version, then keep in mind that it's up to the current.
And for
Property
this one,
owners.
since Katie and I have talked about this a lot from the standpoint of enforcement, we haven't been enforcing on this. I would rather the deed restriction reflect how we've been operating. I think that's the value that you're expressing.
I'd say so. For me, but
So we'll propose the strike through as far as during ownership or occupancy, and then you can always revisit it, you're gonna see it in the change and relook at it. But I think that gives us a place to move on to the priority period, and then also
And I don't think it's terrible when you come back, you get this with perhaps to have open topic.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's fine. I think they're gonna have to almost all be looked at open, because I think as you look and read it, you may start thinking about what you're gonna think about.
Yeah.
When,
Well-
I mean, the same thing comes up as I'm doing this, and you start looking at like, you see that in the last listing, community, and the West, we haven't seen the new freaking place yet for bonus density, but we see the HOA being curious, so things are feasible. Going off of let's start with Andy Hill's comment about 10 mile, you believe for the priority period, 30 days, 10 mile was your recommendation.
that was more.
With that said, this is a list that was in your staff report. That would not encompass the high school. It would probably encompass most of the other ones. The sheriff's office is a little bit tough because they have some outposts in Brett or Blue River.
Yeah, but they at least. have
But
a
they, and
location.
that's what Summit Fire does, like the Houston
Yeah.
guys, I think, just they work in. Probably is happening, they're the same for Summit Fire, they have an office they can identify. But just to keep that in mind, strictly speaking, there are sheriff's office who may have trouble staying there within the 10 miles, so they may not, if they're fighting their own outpost in Blue River, they're not gonna qualify as a priority period, which is just
Yeah.
pointing that out. 10 mile would include, I believe, everybody except that one in the high school. We have some frustrations, just throwing it out there to, our housing helps, we have a 1 mile outside the 10 mile boundary, we did that to include a little bit more.
To include who?
I think it was for high school, but
High
the
school
high
is more
school,
than a mile outside. Is it really?
it falls under it.
Okay,
We could hit it, and so with that, we've gotten more, but people do not understand what it means when they're reading that. And we have a great map, it shows a bubble, you can see where you're employed, but the housing authority is recommended for trying not to use a 1 mile buffer anymore. To Andrew Aaronson's point, excellent point, we don't have to use a defined area, we have capability to take them and draw. So if you want to include copper in the bubble in the middle of Frisco, in county comments, we could do that, but then I would say just mile or take out.
right.
Does anyone have objections to 10 mile, 30 days per suggestion we have? Okay,
I'm not concerned about including copper. They do a great job, they're a great employer, they have lots of employee housing.
They don't partner with us. They will, you know, they have, yeah, they don't partner with.
And we don't receive, I mean, if somebody is deemed to be working at the businesses in Copper, we're not receiving any revenue from that.
No, but we receive, you know, they're shopping here, they're doing all that stuff, they don't, like everybody else.
I don't feel strongly, I just think it expands it beyond what it feels like in Frisco. I've evolved, you know, my initial instinct is Frisco is Frisco.
They do contribute to the info center, so remember that, they do pay for a portion of that. And this goes back to years ago with Copper, we always define them as Frisco is the town, Copper is our ski area. And that was a relationship that was established ages ago. And the question is, I guess you're kind of asking, is that still the relationship? Is that where we still are?
we have been putting it in a comprehensive plan, so doesn't mean it has to be in there, but I know.
I don't feel strongly, if you guys are good with it,
I was just a question on that they do contribute to the important.
Unless you can have that number.
I don't know the percentage of.
It's gotta be small.
It is.
It's
Okay, that's right. And then are there any other benefits that Copper, the employer, provides to the town? Such as, I know that there's a Copper Pass associated, do they provide that charge?
We do an exchange with them, so we have a Nordic Center, they have the downhill
Okay,
skier, so we do an exchange.
Access to the Nordics, so that's change.
Exactly.
I have a problem with it. I think though that Andrew does bring up an interesting point is that you do too, that at one time, Bush was like, no, we're a town and that's our ski area. Well, is it really our ski area? They don't give us anything, or they're not contributing to anything, right? They're not sharing. But that being said, that's just to me free thinking. I don't have a problem with me.
Yeah, I would say, having been a Copper employee for many, many years, Frisco was.
Well, the Moose Jaw definitely gets a benefit from that.
Absolutely, but, subtracting Copper, a corporation, is another story, and, they have their own issues and they need to do more workforce housing for themselves.
That's kind of what I'm suggesting.
And that is their thing. You know that, the lift operator, ski instructor, or fireman from Copper Mountain, the fireman automatically qualifies because they have a location
They wrote that's their location.
here. Right. I still think it's a 10-mile basin personally, as far as like, it's a map. It's a map that these ones are already defined. And we have many areas within this defined area that is not Frisco. And that's all just part of it. That's
For clarification, right, on the percentage you're asking for, thanks for the clarification, 7%. Yeah. The other thing we get, is that, and I was checking with the chief as well, we do respond to a lot of the calls that are up there as well, so we do, like, if you're talking about like this in terms of what happens and what it is like, right, the county does a lot of that, but our staff does a significant amount of that as well.
And just not to get off on a tangent, because we're pretty good at that. Does that area compensate our services to their fire department?
Yeah, they're on fire up there too.
Can I clarify, all we're talking about here is a 30-day priority period.
Yeah.
Yes, who gets to be in the priority period? Copper employee, more than welcome in the lottery, just like a Breckenridge, because they're Sean County.
They never go past the priority period. You guys have no idea what actually happened.
We do.
Yeah.
So that's the only time, that's all we're talking about here,
Just-
is the priorities, that 30-day priority.
And honestly, if there's a lottery, I don't even know if we'll need a priorities on thinking about this anyway. Because really, you're looking at the weighted system and not the priority. So as I'm connecting the dots, knowing that now we're going to go down the lottery track, this actually is probably not even relevant. Good to hear your thoughts, but I think we can actually move
You
on
dealt with the priority through the
to
way.
the weighting of a lottery. Yeah. Okay. This is a recap of the questions we just discussed. I feel like we recapped each one to have good direction. I don't know, think we have to take the time to go through it, but this is also where I wanted to pause to say we have more we can crank out. We have about 2 minutes. You good if we keep going?
Yeah, keep cranking it.
Okay. Duration of time to opt into new covenant. This comes into play, let's say, going backwards and how we took it in 2019. We adopted the 2019 covenant. Then anyone can opt in whenever they would like. Staff tells everybody in an email in writing, we do not recommend you opt in unless you are selling your property. Because when you actually sell, we don't know if this is still a better deal or not. People chose to opt in anyway for refinance reasons or personal reasons or whatever. They're always advised not to unless they're selling or unless they really need to refinance. So we if we go into a new covenant, let's say it's February 25. Staff recommends, just to help guide this conversation, that we don't have a set time and we don't require people to go into it if they want to. That it is open until some future date where maybe we have another standard covenant and it's another 5 years. Staff also recommends we would recommend we extinguish the option to go into the 2019 covenant because we're trying to get in uniformity. And we don't want to just let people pick and choose whatever they want. So.
Yeah, I think we are overriding the 2019 covenant. That is like
Right,
what we
okay,
put
so
this-
that was one question is confirming that will be extinguished.
The option of going into it, that when you're not already.
This is the new opt-in.
And then does the council think people need to opt in within a certain amount of time? Can it be open-ended? When they're ready, they
I
can,
think we should do less. Yeah.
do you have any concerns with
What
that?
was the last one? Was it over?
It's still open, you can still opt in, people are still going to 2019 if it's cheaper to sell.
This is where the question was, if I now sell and I opt in, am I devalued because of the?
Gotcha.
That was how that all came about, was from this. And so theoretically, you know, you wouldn't be devalued by opting into this for when you sell.
But now if you sold, those people would have to go to our new covenant.
Yeah, you have to record it before you sell, cause we're following this
They're
covenant.
free to sell and stay under the same covenant. The new owners would have a choice as to whether they wanted this covenant, but we can't force
Oh, no.
the new covenant to come and say.
Okay, that's what I was kind of wondering. They
The
sold,
owner-
new people go, that 2019 is no longer there. They'll have to opt into
No.
a new one now.
No.
But they could keep that because it's a document.
Because that's the contract they're under.
That's the
What we're doing is offering them a new contract.
Yeah, yeah.
Like to
Yeah.
get-
Make it null and void.
Oh, I think it's,
Contract.
Deed restriction continues with the land till an owner places it.
I think they
So
can.
the buyer buys the property subject to the 2015 deed restriction. If the buyer opts to take on the 2025 deed restriction, they can, but if they do nothing, then the deed restriction against the land stays in place.
But if the seller opts into this restriction,
It's
the
recorded
buyer
Is
is
subject to it.
where they're at.
No.
No.
the buyer-
Yeah, okay,
it's
that's
restricted.
exactly.
Yeah.
No,
You have to think of the deed restriction being attached to the land, not attached to a person.
Yeah,
If the
Yes.
seller wants to sell it under the 25 covenant, they record that prior to the sale. That's the only way they can sell it for those parameters. And then that buyer has to know that.
Yes.
If the seller
Yeah.
doesn't want to, they stay in the current, then it's that way.
Yep.
Alright, so next up, we have a few options. We can talk more about the original conversation with resale calculations. Or we can revisit some of the other ones. I'm gonna skip really quick here. Eligible household. Sorry, okay, page. You took care of the buffer, you took care of a lot of this. Sorry, I had a recap from the week that I'm sorry. Or from the last meeting. Sorry. Well, to speed it up instead of going through, because there's like 78 slides on here. Skipping the recap necessarily from the last meeting. The general consensus was that we had cleared our direction on a few of the items. The qualifying capital improvements, we did not have clear direction on because that really couldn't be determined until the resale calculation was determined. So the council had a lot of discussion, had thoughts, I can recap those, and then if wanted, but really it was, let's determine the resale, go back to maximum resale calc, decide how we're gonna do that. If it's a standard 3%, then we'll decide if it's a cap on qualified capital improvements or no cap on qualified capital improvements. Those two conversations are basically what's left. Everything else we've had guidance where we can then start drafting. A couple of disclaimers, obviously you're gonna need, we brought up some new conversations today. Also, I missed until I was re-looking at my notes at the very right before this meeting, I'm looking at Martin because this is my apologize to you. You wanted us to talk about more, is there a way to incentivize moving up versus moving down and things like that? And I forgot about that. So we can keep that in mind with the lottery. There's also been the potential discussion to the housing task force, which contains housing staff in the county getting together to talk covenants and what could potentially be a standard covenant throughout towns, if we could ever hit that. Maybe you have a deed restricted unit, there could be a trade if you want to move up or you want to move down and somebody else happens at the same time to be wanting up and down, then can you skip the whole lottery and go there? So that's kind of being discussed, potentially supported, but we don't have that language obviously about here. But I think there's enough with moving up and down that we can look at this. So, you wanna move on to resale?
Well, one of the
big one. You guys good with it?
one of those things as far as, it's not appreciation, it was, I'm sorry, if we are adding improvements. Can we at least confirm that if you bought your house, at whatever AMI, at whatever point in time, and then you built a garage, I've been told that that garage would not count as capital improvements. And you do not get paid back for, in other words, you can't raise the value of your house $30,000-$40,000 because you put up a garage, which would be valued at that or more, right?
Yep, so it does count as a qualifying capital
It does,
improvement.
okay.
Yes, but I think taking it the next step and what we're seeing is there are properties that have, let's say, just easy built a garage, right? When they take their 3% a year and they add that garage value, let's just say 30,000, it puts them over the cap by the AMI table. I think we've all agreed we're going away from the resale value of the table. That is why I can understand someone saying they don't get the money from their garage. They legally, in the covenant, it is recognized, but they're capped and they don't get that extra 30,000 because 3% hit the table number.
See, and that's because we are less.
It's
Right.
because of hitting the table. No, it just, I can go through those.
Even if they're 3%, it might exceed.
See, now this personally, I don't agree with this at all. You're improving your house to that extent, you should be able to get that on the back
Yeah,
end.
and that is
You
what people are not getting through the table. So
Okay.
it's allowed,
Yeah.
but the numbers aren't working out. I'm gonna take a quick break.
Okay.
So if someone wants to read this and keep it going.
I want to keep it up.
So that's a big one, you know, I mean, like, you're not just gonna go put in a garage because you wanna keep your car warm in the winter. You're putting in a garage to raise the value of your home.
But isn't the
For the resale.
problem that the property is restricted at 100%? Let's just say. Now.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure he doesn't know what cost to pay.
Okay.
I know that.
The house is 100% AMI house, we're making up all the numbers. 100% AMI house. $500,000 price. This is a question. Because when the buyer comes in, the buyer's qualified at 100,000 to buy a $500,000 house. So they put the garage on, it makes it
550, yeah, whatever.
Is there anything we can do?
But it now carries that much more value with it because it's got a garage
For the seller,
for the seller.
Yeah,
what
it's,
about the one of the buyers coming?
So then
But it's
you
gonna buy
are
it.
raising the AMI value of that home because of the assets you added to the home. And that's how I view it, right? So then you bought your house at 120, well, now the next person's gotta be 140 because it's a bigger, nicer house than it was before, you know, with a garage on it.
because the chart doesn't recognize garages as a 3-bedroom with a garage and a 3-bedroom without a garage, same value.
No, because when you first bought, that's where you bought at. You bought at that AMI value or that level, and now you're talking 3% over what that level was, right? And so then it's like, and a garage is really the only way, unless we do accessory dwelling units there, we allow that, because this is a whole new thing. So now if Vinny builds a garage with an accessory dwelling unit, you know, that is much more asset for that particular house, and that house shouldn't remain at 3% for him. He should be able to get paid back for having an accessory dwelling unit and having a garage on there.
But he is, this is where I'm confused. What's causing him to not be able to reflect that?
You have to explain that a little
Yeah,
better.
so-
Like, this is,
Okay, so under the 2019 covenant. And so, first of all, taking, even though this is for all covenants, kind of like the general peak one covenant. They were broken down into categories. You were category 1, category 2, category 3, or category 4. Each category, and so basically, generally, 80% lower income housing unit was not allowed to have capital. A 100% unit could have a little bit of capital improvements. Category 3 could have a certain threshold of capital improvements. And then category 4, I believe, and don't quote me on this, I think 4 was like the live work. So there's the whole map, you had your category U. And so they were broken down based on when you bought, you knew if you could have capital improvements based on what category you were. And you signed a covenant, or you signed a document stating most of them are category 2 or 3 that allow them a certain amount of capital improvement.
yeah.
When we went into the 2019, we thought we were making it a lot better, and it in a way was, except the table because of the changes, and ignore the bubbles on this right now, sorry, that was for a different presentation for a slide, we did another thing. The 2019 covenant, we take what you bought at, we look at the county assessors, you bought your house for $200,000. You can add 3% every year, not compounded, that you owned it for. And we do that math and we get that number. And then we say, anybody can add capital improvements. So that is great for the people who were in the category 1, they weren't even allowed when they bought it, capital improvement refund to get money for it. Now, if they go into 2019, great, you have the option to go into capital improvement, you get half those costs. Plus, you can add real estate commission. Now, the catch is those 4 things, purchase price plus 3% a year, plus capital improvements, plus real estate commission, shall not exceed the number on the chart for your AMI for sale number of bedroom house. And so actually take the bubble on the bottom here.
I'm sorry, Katie, cut it
Yeah.
short, but isn't this whole conversation about, do we want to get rid of this?
Correct, which is
So if
why,
we get rid
yes,
of the AMI chart,
then we don't have the
you can
problem.
have your garage, you can have your everything.
Correct,
So when you go over the AMI chart,
only for resale, I believe is what we're saying. For resale calculations,
If you buy the
not
home for $500,000,
yes.
You don't put that cap on it.
12 years later, you put a $40,000 garage on it. Your basis is $540,000 plus the 3% per year.
Well,
Regardless.
it could work out kind of, that's a
That's what it
simplistic way, yeah.
Right, but isn't your, and the chart doesn't.
And I think the point is, I don't think there's any, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any of you are in support of continuing to have a resale value based on the chart. Capped, but, thank you. So what you really are looking at is
But your
the,
purchase, everyone understands that even if you don't cap that amount, your purchaser still has to qualify at whatever the AMI level for the deed restriction is. So there's a practical cap. Based on what a bank is gonna lend to someone of that AMI. You wanna get rid of AMIs entirely, I'm not sure what.
you are able to raise the AMI value of your home from adding that kind of asset. An ADU.
Well, then you're 100% house. It doesn't. So even though this expresses a cap now, if you're gonna get rid of the AMI completely, right, it's not gonna limit the next purchaser at all.
so,
The improvements that were not there before, but then this is the thing of the minis, building a garage with an ADU in there.
You can catch me up, why is any so popular? You know, I think
It's a good example of a person who's owned a business here for a long time, there's people and also.
Yeah, here for
Applications about things.
an employer.
Okay. And honestly, based on the conversation, I wasn't sure if you thought people he's renting it, staff.
No,
It's crazy.
he essentially needs to. I would use Elizabeth if she wasn't on council, you know, as the example too. You know, as they're living there, same
They're
thing.
just-
They are employers of
Idealistic.
small businesses at a certain AMI level, you know, and so, and they don't have, well, Elizabeth has garage, but this is just the thing, like, you know, it's one thing as assets for like the boilers that all go out, you know, it's another thing to build a garage, you know, and it's like, you shouldn't be penalized for doing that. You know, and you shouldn't be penalized for doing an ADU. You should actually be subsidized for an ADU in some
Let me
fashion.
ask you this, when you pick up the ADU, I think that's a separate question, because that's adding the dwelling unit that
It
you second. Right?
Yep,
But let's say you do want to build a garage, now you have increased the value of that home, it's like market.
you haven't did
At
that.
some point, if you continue to allow people to upgrade with those, then are we moving away from the whole point of the resale too for people coming in? So
And
now
in
we're
which
starting to
case
push
you
people
don't
out.
allow them to build a garage.
Right, I'm just,
That's almost like that's the converse of
Or
that.
they understand, they have decisions to make that may have economic realities,
And maybe that's it.
as we all do when we make improvements on our homes.
And I think the council has some good thoughts on the last time we talked about capital improvements as far as what is there a standard cost to a capital improvement versus high cost for machines that maybe aren't really require the expensive washer versus the standard washer, things that we have in our heads that we'll bring back and look at. I think kind of guiding it back in, most communities in the area do 2% a year. Staff is not opposed to the request before you by, and even though this would be for everybody, but from people on HOA for 3% a year. The reason is the original covenants in the town allowed 3% a year. So to go backwards to 2% seems like you're taking a little something away from what people originally proposed. So with that, staff's recommendation is to allow a 3% per year appreciation. Happy to have other discussion, or if you're okay with that, we move on, we draft that, and we move on to capital improvements, which is, should they be capped to a percentage of the home or value? Keep your buyer affordability less, or do we cap the difference between a maintenance maybe versus something that's actually adding more value to the house for the future buyer? I think those were some of the good points brought up when we talked about capital improvements. So starting with 3%.
3%, I think we're all fine.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
think
we're not taking it away.
and then is there consensus on capital improvements being capped? This slides up to the examples of some other ones and how they're handling them. 5% of purchase price, for example, things like that.
Do you happen to have a slide of our capital improvement?
So, yeah.
Not critical, but
No, I'm sure I do. Here we go. Okay, so base price, you're gonna include garages and things. So those aren't gonna depreciate. Heating systems and water heaters will not depreciate if you put those in a replace. Then you get into things that are not counted, anything that doesn't have a building permit that needed it, we will give you money for. You won't do jacuzzis, showers, hot tubs.
steam shower.
Thank you. I can't even read a lot of things all over decorative items, I'll let
Yeah.
interior paint, things, so a lot of that is your maintenance, things that you could do it or not do it, it's up to you, it's not gonna necessarily change the value of your house a whole lot.
and you have any pushback? This is.
We have not had pushback on this in 2019. 5-year depreciation, we have had people complain about this, the general logic behind it when it was done, I believe my memory is that it was copied from the Fail and Deed program, and it was basically, okay, these things tend to fail a little quicker, so if you put them in a washer, it tends to only last 7 years, it seems like now, at least based on my own personal experience. But then we've got 20 is a lot of your things like flooring and light fixtures, plumbing fixtures, a lot of those bigger items, trees, things that really add to what somebody could increase the value of your house by adding. And are gonna last longer than most likely than the 5-year depreciation. So that's the current list.
How much is the depreciation, like, what percentage? is it?
I didn't copy it, but it depreciates pretty, I think it's 20% a year. If it's 5-year or if it's
Yeah, 5
20 year.
Over 5 years, it depreciates
Equal.
20%
Yeah,
for that particular item.
for the 5-year, and then the 20-year would be whatever that. Thank you.
Yeah. That's quick.
Can I throw something on the table and see if you guys agree, which is, as a homeowner, well, they're almost exactly 10 years. That seems like a 10-year list, not a 5-year.
I'd agree, you know,
I'd go
Gosh, I mean, doing a lot.
I think we should wrap this up as quickly as we can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
And if we want to continue this, we can.
no, that's fine. For me, it was all based off of that garage or ADU addition and you being able to add value to your home.
Okay.
With that, I feel that that's important. I feel otherwise we're penalizing people, for doing so, and then they're not gonna add an ADU or a garage. I agree, a 10 year is probably more realistic for depreciation for most of these things. Because in 5 years, your electric fireplace, being worth nothing.
We'd be really angry if any of those things died in 5 years.
Yeah, and yes, my washing machine or my dryer did. And they're just being built that way, but I'm good.
Besides,
I'm good with that otherwise.
but 10 years, and then I don't think we're ready to come to consensus if we want to put more improvements or not.
I don't.
You don't? You don't want a cap?
Let's just double check.
Yeah, that's
Because I don't think we have anything else we need to do.
I think that gives me enough to come up with that really good.
I don't want a cap.
And we can revisit it at the conversation, but the big question, the reason this is important is, are we directing Katie to come back to us with a draft of deed restrictions that we will present at a 7 o'clock meeting for public comment, or do we want to be a workshop again so that we can continue giving direction?
Yeah, well, I guess that depends on what comes out of this.
Sounds like workshop to me.
The work session?
Do one work, it's
Yeah.
be a lot of language
Yeah,
here.
I mean, we've got the time programmed on the calendar for it, so
That's awesome.
And we'll give ourselves staff enough time before we schedule it to make sure it gets a good review by the attorney also. When it comes to you, so we don't.
It's a work session where you could have some quiet conversation. That's.
Sounds great. Let's,
Under pressure?
Thank you, good idea.
good job.
Okay, yeah. All right, everybody into the hallway.
you for being patient. With that, everyone's back. Elizabeth's,
She is not gonna be here to regular.
Roger that. Cool. So with that, we'll go on to our second item of the evening, which is our, if I get the address right, 602? Oh, 602 Galena. There's a lot of addresses on the table right now. Yeah.
They need to start with a G.
Yeah.
So it's been a while since we've met with you and discussed this housing project. In fact, it's been since May of 24, where James and I were up here and discussed this project and what it was looking like. And it took a change in course at that point. So we have some new council members, and like I said, it's been a while. So we're here to give you an overview, talk about some financing details, timeline, and hear any that you have about where we're at now and what our thought process is on timeline. So here's an agenda to get you excited for what we're going to talk about. So these are the different things that we'll run through. The background, this was largely covered in the staff report, giving you lots of details about the project. Starting with, we had the property purchase. This was related to a bill that was actually run at the state level related to underutilized properties that the state owned. So the state owned this Colorado Workforce Center. It's a building that was constructed in 1984. It's a pretty large parcel for the 11 employees that work there. And as part of the agreement we had with the state, we were required to rehome these employees and find them a different office space. We also have an agreement with Summit County. They've contributed $1.5 million towards this property purchase. And both of those, we promised that this would become affordable housing. Then we were introduced to NHP. They were purchasing a property at 101 West Main and proposed that we have some efficiencies by working together on both projects. And then we entered into the planning process, and this property has received site plan approval. It's gone before the planning commission. We expect the building permit to be issued in January of 2025. And then we had the discussion with all of you, as I mentioned at the May 2024 council meeting, regarding what role the housing authority, the Community Housing Development Authority, would play in this project. And at that time, we decided that it made, or you all decided, that it made sense, based upon discussions with our bond counsel, Butler Snow, to structure this for the Frisco Housing Authority to own the project versus what was previously proposed, which was for NHP to own the project. And you all gave us direction on negotiations, which we've been working on. Here it is, this actually is not included in the memo, but I did just want to highlight the proposed unit mix of the 54 units. And for financing purposes, we're looking at 120% AMI, but we will have a future discussion with you all because you have the ability as the town of Frisco to subsidize the units and have some lower AMIs in there, not higher, but we can have some lower AMIs to be subsidized on an annual basis by the town.
So that wouldn't be an average of 120, it would just be a mix.
So the financing is based upon all of the units being 120%, but you all in the future can decide.
If we want to put money into.
Right, yeah, so
to
we'll.
Keep it lower.
So once we
When we all first did this, if I may, when we all first did this, we were all considering that it was not to exceed 120 and it was going to be an average, and then it came back to us as this. And yes, we're gonna end up having to put more money into it in order to keep it cheaper.
Yep, so once we have an idea of what the costs are and what the rents look like, we can better present to all of you what different AMI scenarios, what that subsidization would cost the town.
And the great thing is you now have a strategic housing plan which can actually give you some direction around that.
Yes.
So just to cover some things that have already occurred, we talked about the property purchase. There was an original development agreement with NHP that was adopted by you all by ordinance, and that original development agreement and contemplated 101 West Main and 602 Galena, both in the same development agreement in May of 23. Since that occurred, the 101 West Main now has its own development agreement. Made sense due to changes to separate those and have two separate agreements with NHP. Also in 2023, we formed the housing authority I was referring to, the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority. That was formed by resolution, and since that time, we've also adopted bylaws for the housing authority. 2024, we have had some good news of some grant awards. One was for the Strong Communities Grant that relates to infrastructure on both projects, 101 West Main and 602 Galena. About a little less than half of that is estimated to go towards this project, so about 1.9 million. And then, as discussed, we had the meeting with council in May of 24, where Butler Snow advised about different financing options, and you all recommended that we move forward with the housing authority to own the project itself and to be the one who will finance it. And then we had another grant award from More Housing Now that came from DOLA, and that was in the amount of just over $375,000. And then we continue to work with NHP regarding the design build contract, development services agreement, and the terms related to that. Here are some future items, and this is where we're really looking for feedback. If you have any questions, if you have any concerns, we look forward to hearing about those. There are many meetings in the future here where we will come back to you and touch base. So, and you'll notice that the sequence of events here is really one needs to happen before the other. And so we'll need a quorum of these meetings. So just reminding you, it's great to communicate with staff regarding any vacations you have. We just want to be able to anticipate that we will be able to bring resolutions or ordinances to the council for adoption. So to run through what we have up here, so we'll start with the Housing Development Authority. Will need to adopt some contracts. So the design build / development services that we've contemplated, presumably that would be with NHP Foundation, potentially an owner's rep agreement for the construction like we did with 619 Granite, also known as Granite Park. And then some agreements related to financing. So one would be with the underwriter, NHP, when they were looking at constructing this project, they did do an RFP that resulted in an award to Piper Sandler. Piper Sandler has done lots of municipal financing throughout Colorado. They've done quite a bit of housing. They came back in that RFP with the lowest fees. So we would recommend continuing with them. And then Butler Snow is who we worked with on bond council in the recent years. They are who we worked with on the 619 Granite Park project. And then additionally at that meeting, we would propose a reimbursement resolution. The purpose of that is, so we know that we're gonna have financing at some point at a future date. A reimbursement resolution would allow us from the date of this adoption through the date that we close on financing, anything that we spend money on can be reimbursed through that financing. We can pay ourselves back, but we can't do that until we've adopted a resolution to state that. And then related to, I put in red here some dates that are hard dates that are outside of our control. So the More Housing Now grants that we've been awarded does require us to put the infrastructure portion. So this is town-owned infrastructure out to bid by January 29th. This is things like on-street parking improvements. There's some sidewalk in there. There is a water line adjustment there that is included in the grant structure. So that is a date that we're up against, and so that feeds us into getting those other items adopted in January. And then in February of 2025, we have here the credit pledge for project financing. The purpose of that is that the Housing Development Authority does not have its own credit. The town of Frisco has excellent credit. We have AA1, which is one notch below the highest you can get, which is AAA. The reason for the downgrade is related to our concentration in the tourism industry, and that's is something we can overcome. But we have excellent credit, and therefore we can lend that to this project financing and obtain a better rate. But the town of Frisco Town Council would need to approve that. And then in March, we are looking at, this happened with Granite Park, if you might recall. It sets some maximum amounts related to the bonds. We don't know before the bonds sell exactly what they will sell for, but this sets some ceilings, if you will, regarding the interest rate, the maximum amount of principal we can borrow, the maximum annual payment, and the total repayment that can move forward related to the sale of these bonds. We're just setting some ceilings on these. And then we would also come back to in April, and this is regarding what's called an official statement. So an official statement is what the town staff will prepare for the purpose of something that an investor could read. So it'll talk about the town of Frisco, it'll talk about this particular project, it'll talk about demographics, it'll talk about any other outstanding debt and just general things that an investor would want to know. So we prepare a preliminary official statement for review, and then you all would approve that in its form and then authorize what's called the final official statement. That has to be done before the financing can close, and then we would aim to have the financing close in that same month. Noting regarding the timing of financing, it is generally advised that sales perform best in the first quarter of a year. However, we expect right now, related to what we've seen from interest rates, that the second quarter is also going to be highly optimal for sales, just related to the expectation regarding decreasing interest rates. We've seen a lag in that. And then we expect to see some construction in the spring or summer of 2025, which includes the demolition of that building, and starting with the construction of the infrastructure and then the vertical housing construction. We have a couple other hard dates in red here. One is we are required to have substantial completion and provide pictures and a final financial report regarding the infrastructure portion that the grant was awarded for our Strong Communities grant, and that has to be completed by August 31st of 2026. And then the final financial report is completed by January 29th of 2027. It gives us a little bit of time in between completion of the project and preparing that report. And I have this slide, we can come back to this again for any feedback. And then getting into the financing component of the project. So essential function bond is the proposed financing mechanism that we spoke about in May of 2024. This gives us flexibility similar to what the private sector would have. So we funded Granite Park with certificates of participation. The difference here would be we would be allowed to have an interest-only period, which you're not allowed under certificates of participation, and we can have escalating payments as the rents increase, as opposed to having level payments over the life of the loan. These bonds also have a benefit of being tax exempt, so that is a lower cost for the project. They must have a governmental purpose, which is something that we discussed when we were contemplating NHP doing the financing. They are allowed for a housing authority or another authorized issuer, but it does seem to be controversial whether those other authorized issuers could be 501c3s like the NHP Foundation. So I'm conservatively would tell you that there is no issue with the housing authority borrowing. They are done in a long-term maturity, generally a minimum of 20 years. The shorter the maturity, though, the better the rate. So a 40-year borrowing would have a much higher rate than a 20-year borrowing. And the uses of predominantly used for affordable housing. There are other approved uses, but I think that from what I've looked at, about 80% of these bond have been used for the purpose of affordable housing. I mentioned interest rates earlier as far as, you know, different risks that we have. We talked about the credit pledge. That gives us a lower rate for the project. That is, however, area risk to the town. In case the project defaulted, it's less risk here with the housing authority being the one who is borrowing as opposed to an external entity. The housing authority, as the borrower, could potentially lend a higher rate. It could appear a higher risk to the creditors. Credit pledge that helps to cure most of that. Having them be tax exempt bond, that also decreases the rate, and to the creditors feels like a lower risk to them. The federal interest rate, so we have seen some decreases by the Fed to the interest rate in 2024. We expect for that to remain low, but perhaps somewhat surprisingly, even though we're on the other side of the election, we have not seen real reductions to long-term interest rates, like what we're contemplating with essential function bonds or new mortgages. New mortgages actually have temporarily, we saw some increases in mortgage rates. And that's really related to what the market sees for long-term stability. We have a lot of unknowns still. Tariffs is one example. But the hope is that that will settle down in the first or second quarter when we're looking to finance this, and we'll see some optimal rates at that time. This is hard to read, I recognize. This table of sources, this is sources being where all the money comes from into the project, and the uses being how we're going to spend it, all the expenses related to the project. This has not changed other than we have a definite number for More Housing Now, but it has not changed substantially since it was presented to you in May of 2024. I did, however, though bold some, oh, sorry, it doesn't show up as bold on here. Well, I'll go through the items that are still variable. The sources are mostly finalized. What we don't know, definitely, oh, sorry, they are bold. It's just hard to see.
Yeah.
So we don't know the exact amount that the bonds will bear at this point in time, but that will become more clear in the future. The town of Frisco 2 million is subject to change based upon how all the other numbers fall. It's really just we're filling in the gap there. The loan reserves, so the town of Frisco, what we contemplated is that the town will fund those reserves. They sit in an account with a trustee. So, you know, there's still money that's accessible to the, well, there's still the town's money, but not really accessible. But the hope is that we can persuade the underwriter to actually lower those related to the town credit, but that is what they had currently proposed. Reinvestment earnings, so that is based upon interest rates in the market, that could be better or worse. And then the income during lease up goes in calculation as well. And then under the uses, we don't currently have a guaranteed maximum price. We don't know exactly how much the construction hard and soft costs will cost the housing authority for the project. We have a pretty good idea of the cost of issuance, but that could fluctuate. I mentioned those reserved funds, those amounts could change. That includes the operating reserve, the debt service reserve, the lease up reserve, and the replacement reserve. Capitalized interest, that would be based upon interest rates at the time. We don't know exactly what those are, so that's an estimate. And then the amount of the fee that we pay to potentially NHP. And so we are still in negotiations with them in the contract, so that could certainly change substantially. There is, on this proposal here, there is a gap of $323,000 approximately between the total of the sources and the total of the uses. If these numbers were all correct, that would lower the amount of the towns give, that 2 million, but I haven't changed any of those numbers at this point because there's so many variables up in the air.
That's what we could buy units that way. We're lucky.
I wouldn't call that money in the bank yet.
Yeah, no, I think there's a good chance that many of these numbers are gonna move around. Like I said, they haven't changed since May, and with these two before. So then just coming back to specifically what we were looking at for feedback, these are anticipated dates where we, many of them where we will come back to council. We will ask for your potential adoption of legislation and just kind of setting out expectations. So any questions, concern, feedback that you'd like to share? James and I are both here to answer any questions.
This is supposed to get you excited.
Yeah, this is hopeful.
Moving forward on the project.
Long time coming.
Okay. Maybe we will next to
That's it.
Great.
But it is.
Thank you.
So there's that.
Yeah, we're good.
Sorry, yeah, and I think dinner is in there, ready to partake. You should.
Like February. We've got.
It never does. Like 5 years.
Well, we can't buy like.
How's the woman?
Good. Nothing back there for me to tell you. Good news for just for
Hey, Chris. It's here, but I'm.
there's a current
This one guy was like, I spent a lot of money here, and I was like,
Doing a
I
quick,
couldn't do anything with you. You don't even have
Let me
an
know if you
espresso
can hear.
machine. Yeah, walked right into a construction zone and yelled at me, and I was like, oh.
Can you hear us in chambers, Andy?
I can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, thank you.
Okay.
Now you should be on mic and recording.
Great, thanks, Stacy. With that, it's 7 p.m.-ish, and we're getting ready to kick off the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for December 10th, 2024. Let's have a roll call. Here. Here. Here.
Script check, Adrian.
Here.
Hibby.
Here.
Oh, he's got his hand raised in Zoom. There we go. I should have gotten him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, okay. It won't let me start the camera or the microphone without your approval.
Let me fix that for you right now.
And I am here.
Yeah, thank you. We're gonna finish roll call, work on that in the meantime. Thank you very much, Councilmember Held.
Okay.
And Helenko is absent, and that completes roll call.
Great.
Thank you.
Roll call is complete. With that, we'll move on to public comment. People making public comment must state their name and physical address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and/or staff response is deemed necessary and appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting and include contact information. With that, do we have any public comments in chambers?
My name is Alex Beach, 408 2nd Ave for now 5 more months. I have a number of comments on the housing work session that just concluded, more than they're going to fit in my time, so I will be sending some emails. First thing, I vehemently disagree with the lottery decision over the waitlist decision that most of the councils supported, for a number of reasons that I've said before. But I think one thing that was overlooked about one of the benefits of the waitlist, you know, you guys mentioned that there was 2 main issues. One is you have people that can't get into the system, and the other is people that are already in the system can't upgrade or get out of it. I think the waitlist is better than the lottery for that second part. You know, for example, like if there's a longtime family in, you know, a Peak 1 neighborhood unit, if we were in a wait list, they would theoretically be near the top of that wait list, right? They've probably been there for 20 plus years. When a 3 or 4 bedroom, which are very few and far between deed restricted units in Frisco, open up, if we were at a wait list system, those people in peak 1 who need to be able to upgrade for that growing family or those different needs would have more of an opportunity, right? If we stick to a lottery, they're competing against the 100 to 300 people that we already have in those lotteries. No one's ever going to be able to get to move out. So I think that's one of the parts that you guys overlooked that might be worth looking at. Also, if we are going to stay in the lottery direction, it was mentioned a little bit about weighting the lottery. Some of the lotteries are already weighted, and I think Councilmember Allen, you mentioned it, like the 1 extra or 2 extra entries you get for being a longtime resident or having, you know, priority or whatever, doesn't change anything when you have 500 people in the lottery. So if we're going to stick with a lottery and it's going to be weighted, it needs to be weighted way more. I've mentioned before in council, you know, something like hunting tags or a rafting permit, where if you lose a lottery, you get more entries. You know, if we're going to weight it based on years, like it needs to be more aggressively weighted. Otherwise, a handful of extra entries doesn't change anything. Also, I wanted to mention the issue about copper being considered part of Frisco. It's absolutely part of Frisco, right? I work in the service industry. All of the guests consider copper part of Frisco. Maybe the corporation itself could do more for the town, but the staff that works up there, we are part of Frisco. I mean, I don't know the exact percentage of residents of this town that work at least part-time at Frisco, but it is substantial. So to exclude Copper Mountain from whatever housing covenant we settle on, I think is overlooking a huge percentage of our residents. You know, half of the town staff who works in the rec department in the summer at the marina and at the adventure center probably work at Copper in the winter time, right? So now we're excluding them from the process and excluding them from the housing opportunities if you remove Copper from that boundary area. Let's see, I'm running out of time. One other thing, and I know it's a legal issue, but it just needs to be said for the record, that I feel like making a number of the council members recuse themselves from the housing discussion is disenfranchisement for all of the people that voted for them specifically to fight for our housing rights, who understand the existential crisis that us residents who are fighting for these deed restricted units have to go through on a daily basis. Recusing them from these conversations, not allowing them to vote on that, is taking away my rights as a citizen to elect representatives that I feel best hold my interests at heart and can advocate for me. So I think that is very wrong, and we'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Alex. Any other public comments in chambers? Dan, come on up.
Good evening, Dan McCreary. I live at 375 Belford Street. And just wanted to compliment the town on the adjustments and the changes they've made to the building department. And my first 2 encounters with the, in permitting, I got my permit a little bit less than 3 weeks. Had an inspection on Monday. The guy spent 30 minutes with me going through the detail of a rather complex tenant finish. And well, I'm super appreciative. I believe that John Shoemaker down there, his company, was the right choice. And I just wanted to let everybody know that I think that you guys did the building industry a great service, and hope it works out well on the town side also.
Great, thanks, Dan. Any other public comment in chamber? Come on up.
This before. My name is Kimberly Jackson. I'm a new resident to the town of Frisco. I'm at 311B Galena Street Alley. I'm speaking in my capacity as just a new public member, but I also wanted to make comment on the housing discussion that we just heard. I know you guys all have a tough This is a tough job, difficult decisions. And I just wanted to give maybe a food for thought on a different perspective. I have, prior to moving to the town of Frisco, I was a resident of Lake County in Leadville for 16 years. I've worked the past 2 years in Frisco, commuting over the pass. Brief description of the demographics of Leadville. Lake County has 8,200 residents. There's 1,900 jobs there. There's nearly 4,000 people that commute out of county. A lot of those folks are coming to Summit County and have commuted for 10, 15, 20 years over the pass. And so my perspective is that a lottery system is more equitable just for our region in general, for all the people that, commute and don't have the opportunity to, live in the community where they're working. So, I think that a lottery, is a good option. And I do think that it's a more equitable form because, not everybody gets to live here for 10 years. And then my second comment would be on when somebody when somebody works remotely and they're in deed restricted housing, just a food for thought where, they have to hire someone for that position that they're no longer doing. Where do those people live? I know nobody wants to kick somebody out of their housing, but are you trying to fix the, workforce housing issue, or, are you just trying to provide, stability housing for people to live in indefinitely? So just a little food for thought. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments in chambers? None in chambers. Any comments online?
You can raise your hand in Zoom. We'll call on you. Maybe just give it a few more seconds.
Sure.
We do have a few people logged in.
I'll just say one more time, any public comments online?
Any raised hand, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. That will close public comments and move on to mayor and council comments. Council comments, anyone? I'll just remind the group that we have our retreat coming up in January. I believe it's the early part, 7th or 8th-ish. I might have my date off by a day or two. And during that, we're going to be meeting over here in Frisco at an offsite location. And we're going to be talking about, one of the topics will be our capital improvement plan and prioritization projects for the future. And that will be including our the Excelsior cabin discussion, just so we have that on our plate, in addition to our cabin that's in a Connex, and what the potential future of the Blue Spruce building will look like. With that, I wanted to then also just thank everybody for the turkey trot and the lighting of Frisco. It all went off really well, and I've heard really great things about Wazzle. It was really busy that evening of the lighting of town. It was really fun to walk down Main Street and see people having a really good time. And then the next day I saw folks taking pictures with their mugs on Main Street. It was pretty cool. So thanks for staff for all the hard work that went into that. With that, updates from Tom. Updates this evening. No updates from staff. Okay. With that, we'll then move on to the consent agenda. And maybe a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second that motion. We have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. Please call the vote.
Yes.
Adrian? Allen?
Yes.
Lincoln?
Yes.
Aronson?
Yes.
Feld?
Yes.
And Helenko is absent.
Gotcha. We'll move on past the consent agenda. We'll move into new business to agenda item number 1. Oh, the times are back, which is great. Thank you. Resolution 24-36, a resolution designating the State Highway 9 corridor within the town of Frisco for use by the town for automated vehicle identification systems. And with that, I believe we're talking to that.
I think you are correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we can do this well within the 10 minutes allotted with the schedule. As noted in your staff memo, this resolution is in response to a recent Senate bill that concerned automated vehicle identification systems. I'll refer to those here and after as AVIS systems. An AVIS system are the systems that automatically detect a speed violation, identify the vehicle, and potentially send a notice of violation. Same thing with stoplight cameras and the like. The legislature adopted this bill to direct CDOT to prepare rules and regulations to govern instances when more than one political jurisdiction has enforcement authority over traffic regulations over a single stretch of highway. So in our instance, of course, that would be Highway 9, where the State Highway Patrol has enforcement authority because it is a state highway. But the town also has enforcement authority because it's within the town of Frisco and we have traffic laws. CDOT is to come up with these rules, and the rules are to be used then to determine competing jurisdictions, right? When, say, Highway Patrol wanted to put such a system up and the town wanted to put such a system up, CDOT would then turn to these rules to determine who gets to put them where, because obviously you sure shouldn't have two jurisdictions operating and giving citations for a single action, right? That's double jeopardy. You can only cite a person for a violation of law one time through one jurisdiction, right? If it's the same violation. So it's important that there be rules of the road when you've got more than one jurisdiction who could set up these systems. So the legislature directs CDOT come up with these regulations. Thereafter, if you're an entity who wants to set up an AVIS system on a state highway, you will notify CDOT and you will proceed through their system. Then it goes on to say, except, however, none of this applies if you are a jurisdiction whose governing body by ordinance or resolution has designated an AVIS corridor within your jurisdiction on or before the end of this year. So in other words, it gave some authority on the one hand, but recognized that there were jurisdictions out here already exercising that authority or who may be intending to exercise that authority. And if you state that you either are or are designating a corridor and intend to, you don't have to go through their rule system. Now, you may have a problem if the highway, Highway Patrol gets there first, but I don't think we have any reason to believe that they will. I think we're just trying to get ourselves out of a regulatory system that CDOT is to propose that we're not certain about. I will say the statute tells CDOT these rules are to prioritize or give priority to the jurisdiction that has principal enforcement authority over the section in question. But it doesn't define what that means in the statute. I think it would be the town of Frisco who had a principal enforcement authority, but I could hear the Highway Patrol in here arguing, no, this is a state highway, get out of town. We have the principal authority. I'd be curious as to how the chief thinks that would shake out, but the statute just doesn't define who has the principal enforcement authority out on that highway. So by designating this corridor, it doesn't say that we're going to go do AVIS. It says that we're designating this corridor, potential future use for AVIS. Any decision to implement such a system, I am presuming for purpose of discussion, would be of such a dollar amount that the council would have to budget for it, do an appropriation. So in other words, I don't think this is an approval for the town to go out and spend money on AVIS, but it may well get us out from under a regulatory scheme that we don't want to deal with if we do decide to implement out there. So it's a legal equivalent of sticking your foot in the door before it slams shut, essentially. Thanks for clarifying that. Yep.
Any questions with that? We'll open it up to public comment. Public comment in chambers. Public comment online. We'll come back to council for discussion or a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item number 1, resolution 24-36.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Please call the question.
Blanco is absent. Held.
Yes.
Kibbe.
Yes.
Adrian.
I don't know. No?
Okay. Allen.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Thank you, Stacy. Thanks, everybody. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is going to be first reading of ordinance 24-11, an ordinance amending chapters 10 and 20 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado, concerning the town council members and mayor and the town's elections respectively, to change the deadline for filing of an affidavit of intent to be a write-in candidate for municipal office, and the process for canceling an election to be consistent with the Colorado statutes. And with that, we got Stacy.
Over here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Stacy Nell, Town Clerk for the record. Just here today presenting an ordinance that you all directed me to bring before you for 2 readings. And this was discussed at a previous work session this fall. We presented staff recommended changes to municipal election code. This is the main purpose of this is to not only provide some consistency with state statute, but also with the implementation statewide in Colorado of mail ballot elections. We need information like candidates that are certified to the ballot, whether by nomination or through the write-in process, earlier in order to get that information to our ballot programmer and printer, so that we're not putting unnecessary information on ballots, and so that we're also not spending staff and paper and monetary resources where an election could just end up being canceled due to a lack of contested races. I'm here if there are any further questions.
Any questions for Stacy? We'll go to public comment in chambers. Public comments online. Yep.
Do we have? I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay. With that, we'll come back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we approve agenda item 2, first reading ordinance 24-11.
Second.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Please call the question.
So Aronson.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Absent. Kibbe. Scripcheck Adrian.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
And Incan.
Yes. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we move on to old business agenda item number 3, second reading of ordinance 24-19, and ordinance amending chapter 171 of the Code of Ordinances by the Town of Frisco, Colorado, concerning water by amending Article 5 thereof concerning water conservation and the standardized restrictions concerning the watering or irrigation of lawns and other areas of land. And I thank you. I just want to say shrubbery. Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Council Ryan Thompson, Town of Frisco Water Superintendent for the record. This is the second reading for ordinance 24-19, which replaces the language in an already passed ordinance 24-07, replacing the term odd for even and even for odd, just an administrative correction. I'm here. There's been no changes from the first reading to the second. So if you guys have any questions.
Any questions, gang? No questions from council. We'll go to public comment in chambers. Public comment online. No public comment. We'll come back to council for any further discussion or motion.
Mayor, I'd like to approve the agenda item number 3, second reading of the ordinance 24-19.
Second.
We have a motion that's been made and seconded. Please call the question.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Blanco is absent. Kibbe.
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian.
Yes.
And Allen.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And with that, our next item on our agenda is an executive session, and whomever makes the motion this evening, if we can read both items, both titles of our topics for discussion this evening at once into the record.
I'll take it. If you guys want to go get a drink or something like that, I'll just keep going. Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024A concerning the potential sale of certain real property owned by the town and known as 275 Granite Street, and section 24-6-4024E to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators concerning a potential development agreement for the development of affordable housing at the 275 Granite Street property. Also, another item in moving into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024A concerning the potential sale of certain real property owned by the town and known as 406 South 8th Avenue, and section 24-6-4024E to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators concerning a potential development agreement for the development of affordable housing at the 406 South 8th Avenue property. Somebody better second that.
Second.
Thank you.
Great. We have a motion to enter executive session in a second. Please call the question.
Sorry, just closed out of my voting order. Allen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
go with absent, Kibbe,
Yes.
Scrap Adrian.
Yes.
Great. With that, we'll get the room ready to go and we'll switch over our Zoom and